I'm going to do a quick, I say quick, but this is going to take a while, tier list of all the guns in Enter the Gungeon. So I have like 2,500 hours, I think, in Enter the Gungeon. Here, how many hours is it? No, 2,800 hours in Enter the Gungeon. I'm the first and only, as far as I know, person to have broken 1,000 on a Paradox Hero Shrine Lich streak. So naturally I play a lot of Hero Shrine, and this tier list is kind of going to be geared a little bit towards Hero Shrine. I'll be a little bit biased towards that just because that's pretty much only what I play. But I'll try to keep regular game mode in mind as well, because a lot of these guns are just useless in Hero Shrine, but they're kind of decent in normal. So let me just go over the tiers really quick. S tier is going to be you win. A tier is going to be very good. B is solid. C will be useful. D will be meh. And F will be useless. So there's going to be guns that have like utility usage that will probably go in either useful or meh. Probably useful. Otherwise, guns that you're going to be using in combat are probably going to skew towards B, A, and S. Because personally, I don't believe there are many useless guns in this game. But there are a few, and the RC, or whatever the controller is called, I don't even know the name of it. This gun is useless. As far as I know, this gun has, like, no good uses. Even for, like, taking care of mimics and stuff, it's not that great. Just because they, like, move around and it's hard to hit them. You'd have to get them lodged in the corner and stuff. They just, I don't know. This gun is useless. But, what is this, the Colt? A lot of these guns I'm not going to remember the name of, by the way. I haven't played Enter the Gungeon regularly in a long time. But the Colt this is generally useful. I'm not going to put it in meh because it has really good fire rate, really good reload speed, decent DPS, and has 350 rounds, which is, 350 is amazing. This gun is incredible. Or, not incredible, but this is a solid D tier gun. Also, I should mention, this tier list is not just based off a gun's raw power by itself. I'm going to take into consideration synergies if they're relevant, like if they're not too rare. And the tier of the gun is going to play a big role. For example, Tentacle is going to go in C tier, just because Tentacle is... I could even put Tentacle in D tier. I'm going to put Tentacle in C tier because it has good synergies. For example, with Holy Grail. That synergy is very solid. But this is an A tier gun, and A and S tier guns, the fact that they increase your magnificence when you grab them means you're actively making a choice when you grab it. Like, is this worth taking to nuke my magnificence and effectively make it so I'm not going to get any more A or S tier guns or items for the rest of the run? Or it's very unlikely. And Tentacle just isn't it. This by itself is so bad. But if you have insane damage, it's really nice for quick room clear, and it does have good synergies. We're going to put this in A tier. This gun is solid. Man, I can't believe I can't remember the name of this gun. But this gun is really solid. 300 rounds, and as long as you have armor, it's insanely ammo efficient. And it pierces, it's just good room clear. I'm honestly going to put it in B tier, actually. Just because its DPS is pretty bad. It's just very ammo efficient. Like, those 300 rounds, if you have ammo, are going to get you really far. But as far as, like, boss clear and even just efficient room clear for jammed enemies, it's really not great. I assume this is the AK-47. We're going to put the AK-47 here as well. The AK-47 is similar to this. It's just because it has higher DPS, but it's less ammo efficient. But still, the AK has 500 rounds, which is amazing. I really like guns that have a lot of ammo, just because if a gun has almost no ammo, then it's not going to be very good in general. Like, you have to spend so many resources to keep using it, so it better be really strong or really efficient if it has a low ammo count. The JK, or sorry, not the JK, the A key. This is an S tier. Just because it's infinite keys and it's an AK. It has the exact same stats as an AK-47, which is, it's a good gun. Like, you can use this for room clear for pretty much the entire run. And it's infinite keys. And anything that gives infinite keys is going to be really, really strong. I'm going to put Alien Engine in... This is tough. I don't like this gun. I'll say it's useful. I would say it's useful. It's just so overrated for its DPS. A lot of these guns would be really good if damage cap didn't exist. But because damage cap exists, insanely high DPS guns like this are just not that useful. Like, even with heavy boots, Alien Engine is just not it, because it hits the damage cap so quickly. But it definitely can be useful. Like, if you need a quick burst of DPS to take out a key enemy in a room, then it's definitely good. It's pretty fun to move around the Gungeon quickly with it. So we'll put that in C tier. And here we have Alien Engine, or not Alien Engine, Alien Sidearm. I'm going to put Alien Sidearm in B tier. This is a super solid gun. Its base form is pretty bad. Its DPS is okay as long as you spam it. Never charge this thing, by the way. If you're charging this thing, you're doing it completely wrong. You only want to spam it, and it has 350 rounds, so it's pretty ammo efficient. So spamming it is totally fine. The reason why I'm putting this in solid instead of, like, useful is because it has a synergy with 2 master rounds. As long as you have 2 master rounds, it gets 500 max ammo, and it shoots much faster, and its last, like, what, 2 or 3 shots are stronger. This becomes just a monster. You can use this for room clear for, like, the entire run, and early on, it's solid boss clear. So this is definitely a solid weapon. And Anvilin is going in A tier, our first A tier weapon. Anvilin is insane. I don't know how this weapon is so good. This is C tier, so if you see it in the shop, it's going to be not very expensive. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, tiers, the higher tier a gun is, the more expensive it will be in the shop. And you don't usually see, like, A tier weapons in the shop, but you can in, like, the Abbey or in special shops. And this being a C tier weapon, if you see this in the shop, most of the time you're going to want to buy it if you can afford it. It's so powerful. It has 60 rounds. It's crazy for room clear, because if it hits something, it knocks it back and has a chance to stun it. And it pierces infinitely, as far as I know. So you can just shoot it through a line of enemies in a room, and it'll kill all of them, because as it knocks the enemies back, it hits them multiple times. So one shot is usually going to kill anything it can knock back well. And it fires so insanely fast that it's amazing for boss clear as well. So this weapon is just all around incredible. You can use this for boss clear against the Lich and be completely good. You might run out of ammo, but as long as you are full and you have a decent amount of damage, it should get you through most of the way. Here we have AU gun, the gold gun. This gun is so bad. I'm gonna put it in meh. This is an S tier weapon with 24 rounds, super long reload speed, which reload speed doesn't really matter as long as you're drop reloading your weapon. if you drop a weapon and pick it back up, it instantly reloads, so you can use that to kind of instantly reload long reload time weapons. So the reload time isn't too much of an issue, but this thing just has such bad DPS. Such bad DPS. And it's S tier to top it off, so if you see this, if I see this in an S tier chest personally, when I have 0 magnificence, I'm never picking this up. I wouldn't even pick this up to sell it if there was a sell creep immediately on the floor, unless I desperately needed the money. Because magnificence is so important. This weapon sucks. How about the op? The op, I will put in... I'll put it in solid. So this gun by itself is pretty meh. It's okay room clear. It has slow fire rate, slow reload speed. It has 5 rounds per clip, I want to say. And it has 50 rounds total. So it's not the most efficient thing to use even for room clear. Though I do like it for room clear. It pierces, has fine enough damage. But this really shines because it has probably the best synergy in the entire game. With the scope. If you've seen any speedrun of this game, you know, if you get the scope with the op, or you get the op with like Gunslinger, it's just over. Because you get the 360 yes scope synergy. That is the best synergy in the game by far. Nothing even comes close, in my opinion. Just because it's not super rare, because it just requires the scope. And if you get it, you one-shot any boss ever, pretty much. Because you spin 5 times, and it multiplies your damage multiple times. And you just one-shot anything. It's insane. So, decent gun, not bad gun, with the best synergy. So we'll put that in B tier. Here is Bait Launcher. I'm going to put Bait Launcher in C tier. So Bait Launcher is okay boss clear. It's pretty good boss clear. Typically I won't use Bait Launcher past like floor 3. Personally, unless I have a lot of damage. But I'm going to put it in C tier because it's also a diffuser. It's not a great diffuser. It's one of the inconsistent diffusers. But it can diffuse sometimes. The problem with this is if you shoot the bait at a chest that needs to be diffused. When I say diffuse, I mean the chest has a fuse, it's going to blow up. And you use some kind of liquid or something to put out the fuse so it doesn't blow up. When you shoot the bait at the chest, the tiger runs around, and if it hits the chest like twice, the chest will die. So it's kind of risky to use this as a diffuser, but it's solid boss clear early on with diffuse potential. So I'll put it in C tier, definite C tier. How about Balloon Gun? Balloon Gun, you gotta put Balloon Gun in A tier. This is a fan favorite. For a good reason too. Balloon Gun is amazing. It has, what, 250 rounds? Insane damage. It gives you flight when you're holding it. The only downside is, if you get hit while you're holding it, it pops and you lose all the ammo. But you don't lose the gun entirely. You can still reload it. So this thing is just so good. The ammo makes it really good for room clear. The knockback makes it a little bit annoying, but it's still useful. And this thing is just a monster against bosses. Definite A tier. Amazing gun. This also has good synergies as well. We'll talk about some of those later, like with a Mega Hand. But very solid weapon. How about Banana? I'll put Banana in probably meh. Banana's actually pretty decent. Like if I start with Banana as Paradox, I'm not upset about it at all because it's really good in the oubliette. Just because the oubliette has so many enemies packed into such tight spaces, where the Banana just gets a ton of value. And it's okay enough against early bosses. Like, if it's your only boss clear against, like, floor 1, even floor 2 bosses, you're probably still okay. Like, maybe I should even put this in C tier. Is this as good as the Colt? I don't know. It's definitely less reliable as room clear than the Colt, just because you can't really focus your damage as much. I'll leave it in D tier, just because it really has no synergies either. No useful synergies. How about the Barrel? The Barrel, I gotta put Barrel in C tier, or B tier. Barrel is amazing. I love this gun. It has, what, 300 rounds, I believe? So it's incredible to use your ammo on. Really good room clear, because when you shoot something, you have a chance to stun it, which provides great utility. And it's a diffuser to top it all off. It has great fire rate, good reload speed, so it's good against bosses. This gun is just all around amazing. A lot of these guns, you kind of get locked into using it either for boss clear or room clear because it's only useful for one. But this gun, great for both if you need it. How about the Beehive? The Beehive, I will put in... I'll put it in... probably B tier. Beehive is amazing boss clear. It's okay for rooms. It's not the greatest, just because once a bee hits an enemy, it's not gonna retarget to another enemy, I believe. So if you're spamming all your bees on one guy, you're not gonna be using your ammo very efficiently. But against a boss, this thing is just amazing, because you don't have to worry about aiming or anything. You just shoot the bees and forget about where they go, and they're going to be doing really good damage. This has, I believe, 300 rounds. It's a very solid. I don't even know if you have to reload this thing. Very, very good gun. Let's talk about the Betrayer's Shield. The Betrayer's Shield is S tier. This is one of the best guns in the game, easily, by far. If you get this gun, you will win. And the one reason for that is the synergy Betrayer's Lies. If you get Lies from destroying Albern's chest, this thing gets increased clip size, increased fire rate. I think the shield becomes stronger. Don't quote me on that, but I think it does. And it gets infinite ammo. Infinite ammo on a guaranteed synergy. Every single run, Albern spawns in the Abbey. And you can get to the Abbey every single run as long as you don't lose the Crest, because you should always be going to the Oubliette regardless. So the fact that this just has infinite ammo every time you get it, as long as you're destroying Albern's chest, is ridiculous. And personally, I always destroy Albern's chest, because it's kind of a crappy chest, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's one of the worst chests in the game. So I just destroy it to get Lies every time, just in case I get this after the Abbey, just to get that synergy. And it's also worth mentioning, if you get Lies and you have no synergies, you have an increased chance of getting Betrayer's Shield because of the synergy factor involved. And also, if you kill the Old King, you have a guaranteed synergy chest right there. So if you have Lies, you just have an immediate chance of getting Betrayer's Shield, even if you don't have it. This gun is just incredible. Alright, let's talk about the Big Iron. Big Iron, I will put in B tier. This gun is very good. I could even consider putting this in A tier. It's either top of B or bottom of A. I'm not going to rank these within tiers, by the way, but if I did, this would be probably top of A. It has 150 rounds, kind of a shotgun spread of, I think, 3 rounds. It doesn't have great accuracy on that spread, but it has very high DPS because you shoot it so fast. Good reload speed. So this is very good for boss clear mainly, just because of the spread. If you have good accuracy, it can be okay for a room clear, but generally I'll just use this for bosses. And this has incredible synergies. I can't remember what they're with, but there's the synergy with, that just makes it one shot. That increases the DPS. That one shot synergy makes it really good for room clear as well, just because you get that accuracy. And the DPS increase is very welcome. Definite B tier weapon. How about Big Shotgun? Big Shotgun, I'm not a fan of, I'm not gonna lie. Though it does have its uses. This is very good boss clear. It's okay room clear. The problem with using this in a room is mainly the knockback. The enemies get knocked back before they can really get hit by all the kind of fragmenting bullets. So it doesn't do that much damage, but bosses don't get knocked back, so it's very good against them. I believe it has 60 rounds, which is pretty good for its slow fire rate. Its special ability is if you reload near a shotgun type weapon, or enemy rather, it sucks in the enemy and gives you back 1 round. So that's the big perk of using this for room clear, because there's a lot of shotgun type enemies. So it's very ammo efficient because of that, and it can help you clear especially early rooms very quickly, even some later rooms. So I'll put this in B tier. I could consider putting this in C tier, but I think it's better than all these, so I'll put it in a solid B tier. And here we have the Black Hole Gun. I hate this weapon. This weapon is just so slow at doing anything. It has such horrible DPS. Oh, also, I should mention, this is an A tier weapon, so minus points for that, but it's one of the better A tier weapons, I'll be honest. A tier weapons are generally pretty terrible, and I would say the Black Hole is among those terrible weapons. It's nice if you're kind of worse at the game and you want to cheese the enemies, just because it sucks in all the bullets too, it makes it so you can't get hit. So I'll put it in C tier just for that aspect, but if you want to use this for damage or like anything, it's going to take forever. This does have a synergy with the Tentacle. If you manage to get both A tier guns, which is super rare by the way, you're almost never going to get both of these A tier guns, just because of magnificence. But if you manage to get both of these, they have a ridiculous synergy together that just pretty much insta-kills everything on the screen, because tentacles just come out and grab everything. That makes it insane, but I'm not really taking that into consideration because of how rare it is. Anyway, here's Blasphemy. Blasphemy, I think it's got to go in A tier. This could almost go in S tier, because you can win the entire game. You can beat the entire game pretty easily with this weapon. This is the best starting weapon by a mile. But I'll put it in A tier. So Blasphemy just provides unmatched utility, as long as you're using it correctly. So personally, I don't use the bug called guard flashing, but no disrespect to anyone who does. There's nothing wrong with using that bug. I just don't use it personally. If you do use that bug, this becomes an S tier weapon instantly. It's insane. You kill everything in every room like instantly, or very quickly. But just for the sake of this tier list, I'm going to talk about just using it normally. So when you use Blasphemy, you want to make sure you're stepping into the slashes. A lot of people I see, they don't like the movement Blasphemy as when you slash it. They don't like moving forward, so they'll hold back when they slash it, so they can kind of keep their position, and they kind of like wiggle back and forth, and it makes you get hit more. I don't like that style of play. When I use Blasphemy, I like stepping into the slash, because it makes you cover such a wide area of destroying those bullets with the slash. So anything in front of you any bullet in front of you is going to be destroyed, and it really helps you hit those melee hits as well, which it doubles your potential damage. This weapon is just amazing if you're using it that way. If you're just using the projectiles, its DPS is fine. It's not great, and you only get the projectiles when you're full health. So if you're not full health, this thing becomes pretty much useless. But yeah, this is definitely the best starting weapon. Easy A tier. And how about the blooper? I love shotguns in this game. Shotguns are incredibly strong, especially if you have accuracy. And there's quite a few accuracy ups in this game, especially low tier accuracy ups. So you'll be seeing them pretty often. Or if you're just playing the Marine or the Robot, you automatically start with them. So we're going to put blooper in, I don't know. I'm torn between C and B tier, because this is a very solid shotgun. It has 80 rounds, I believe, which is fine. It has very slow fire rate and insanely slow reload speed. That's probably the biggest downside of this weapon, is the reload speed. If you want to be using this the most effectively, you're gonna be drop reloading it. But because it shines as room clear, using the drop reload becomes very difficult without getting hit. It takes a lot of practice. I'll put it in C tier. This is honestly one of the worst shotguns, but I still love this weapon. But I don't know if it quite belongs up here with the B tier weapons. And here we have Blunderbuss. This weapon is insanely underrated. I'm putting it in C tier already. This weapon is incredible. Its DPS is fairly bad against normal enemies because of the knockback, but the knockback is what makes it shine in early room clear, especially in the oubliette, because you can just use it. It has 100 rounds, which is pretty good. It has decent clip size, can't remember the clip size, it has 100 rounds total. But you use this to knock enemies into pits, just to instantly kill them with the knockback. The knockback on this is ridiculous. And if you hit something point blank with it, its DPS is not bad. Like, sometimes you can just one-shot stuff. And using this against the first floor bosses, like floor 1, oubliette, sometimes floor 2 if it's all you have, but it's pretty iffy on floor 2 bosses. It does very well against those early bosses. So this is a solid shotgun, I would say. It's definitely not nearly as good as the Blooper. The Blooper just outshines it completely. But it has 20 more rounds on it. So, I don't know. I definitely think this is an underrated weapon. And how about the bow? This is F tier. This gun sucks. This gun is completely useless. The only thing it does is give you a sling synergy that's not even good. I think the sling synergy makes the bow have like a longer charge or something like that. I can't remember. All I remember is this bow plus sling synergy is horrible. So this thing's only use is giving you synergy factor to get the sling. An actually good gun. This is worse than every starter in the game, I would say, besides maybe the pilot starter. The rogue special. So you're never going to use this for like room clear, even early on. It has better range than the rogue special, so I could see an argument for using this against the first floor boss if you want to keep some distance, but honestly, if I had to choose against like even Trigger Twins to use the bow or the rogue special, I'm going to pick the rogue special, dude. This gun sucks. Speaking of guns that suck, the boxing glove. This gun is so bad, man. This gun is completely useless. So, it gives one curse when you pick it up already, which is horrible. But let's say you're not playing Hero Shrine, and you don't care about the one curse. In fact, if you're not playing Hero Shrine, one curse is kind of good to have. So you can get into the black market and such. So, you pick it up and you want to use it. It has 350 rounds, which is pretty good. But it's a melee weapon. It's a melee weapon without infinite ammo, which is so bad. How are you going to put a melee weapon without infinite ammo in this game already? That's just crazy to me. Its gimmick is if you kill 3 enemies, you get 3 stars. Every enemy you kill, you get a star. And if you get 3 stars, you can charge up the boxing glove and do a super punch, which actually ignores the damage cap. So, that sounds good, but the damage on the charged hit is horrible. It does nothing. It's never going to get close to even hitting the damage cap, even if it didn't break it. It's so bad. You would need so many damage multipliers to make that 3-hit, the 3-star punch, do anything to any boss. This is F tier. It's completely useless. There's no time where you should ever use this gun. The only reason you should even pick it up is maybe for the curse, if you need curse. Horrible gun. This might be the worst weapon in the game. And another pretty meh gun, I'll put it in meh tier, is the Brick Breaker. Brick Breaker is... It's definitely solid for the early game, but it falls off so quickly. Like, even on floor 2 boss, I would almost never use this. It's pretty good against Ammo Conda, I'll admit. It's decent against Beholster because it will kill the missiles and hit the boss. But by the time you're at, like, even Rat, or not Rat, a floor 3 boss, or even the Abbey boss, the Old King, you probably don't want to be using this, and it's gonna have fallen off for room clear by then. I will say, for room clear, this is definitely a lot better if you're not playing Hero Shrine, just because everything has such low health, and it just kind of does blanket damage to the room, because the shells just bounce around and hit stuff. You can get away with using it for a while longer, but even if you're going to the Abbey without Hero Shrine enabled, there's going to be a lot of jammed enemies down there, which immediately makes this useless because you just don't have the DPS you need. The single target DPS. So I'll leave this down in D tier. Pretty bad weapon overall. No great synergies. But here's a weapon, BSG. This weapon, it's got to go in S tier. BSG is incredible. It fires one gigantic projectile that takes a while to charge up, but that projectile hits everything in the room for a lot of damage. So this is like the room clear weapon that... This is like the S tier weapon that's known for room clear, I feel like. And it earns its title. This will one-shot most rooms if you're not playing Hero Shrine. If you are playing Hero Shrine, it's usually not going to one-shot any jammed enemies, just because they're so tanky, but it's still very solid for clearing out all those unjammed enemies in one hit. A couple techniques you can use with this weapon to make it better is you just charge the BSG before you enter the room, and then immediately shoot it when you enter. Or, if you're fine with a little cheese, you can just shoot it. You can open the door to the room and just shoot it in the door, and it'll damage everything that's spawned in the room, which is most enemies spawned. Most enemies spawn before you enter the room. Some don't, but most do. So if you use that cheese technique, you're going to be killing 90% of enemies before you even enter the room. Also, this has a unique property where it has a fast reload speed, but after you reload it, it has like an extended reload time where for a period after the reload, you still can't fire it for some reason. It's very strange. And you can circumvent this by just dropping it and picking it up, doing the drop reload, just to immediately fire it again. So if you use that, it can kill rooms even with tanky enemies so quickly. So this is definitely one of the best room clear and one of the better, honestly, boss clear weapons as well for the early and mid game. For sure belongs in the S tier. Here we have Bubble Blaster. Bubble Blaster, I love this gun. This gun is so cool. It has one of my favorite designs, where you have the little frog guy who drinks the soda to reload, and he shoots the bubbles. And when you reload, he burps and launches all the bubbles, which gives him extra utility. But honestly, launching the bubbles is not that useful from what I've found. It's just kind of inconsistent. It's the best against bosses because bosses don't move as much, but even then, I typically only use this as like a point-blank DPS weapon. I'll almost never use this as for the reload unless it's all I have for like room clear. But as a point-blank DPS weapon, this is amazing. And it's a diffuser as well. So it's one of the best diffusers as well, just because you shoot the chest and at the same time you defuse it and check it. And if it's a mimic, you just keep firing and the mimic will die before it even finishes its spawning animation. Just because the DPS is so high and you can just stand right in front of it. This is amazing for like the Dragon Heart. Anything where you can be really up close to your target. So the Phase 1 Rat, it's amazing against the Dragon Heart. Really great weapon. I don't know if it quite belongs in solid tier, just because for general usage, it's really not that great. It's very hard to use. I'll put it in C tier, but I do love this weapon. This is a very solid weapon. All right, here we have the budget revolver. I'm not really sure where I should be putting these starter guns. I'll put this in C tier because the budget revolver is my favorite starting weapon for starters. This gun is amazing. It's kind of underrated, honestly. Out of the base 4 starting weapons, the budget revolver has got to be the best one in my opinion. I mean, unless you count the crossbow, which I don't. Just the infinite ammo starting weapons. This is definitely better than the Marine starter. Just because the Marine starter is kind of buffed up by the Marine's passive starting item, the military training. If you ignore the military training, this gun becomes much better. It's pretty close otherwise. This has higher DPS, but it's very inaccurate, so it's hard to use. You need to be very close to your targets compared to like the Marine starter. So if you're starting out this game, using this is going to be a lot more difficult, but if you know how to get up close and personal to hit those shots, this thing just has insane DPS. The fire rate is ridiculous if you're spamming it. The reload speed is almost instant. It's hilariously short. This is just such a good starting weapon. Alright, speaking of nothing, this gun sucks. I don't even remember what this is called, like Buzzkill or something? This gun is terrible. No one should ever use this gun for any reason. Maybe if it's all you have. So let's say you start as Paradox and you have this gun. You can use it on the first floor boss, as long as you don't have like Blasphemy or... Honestly, even Budget Revolver might be better for the first floor boss than this thing. Other than that, you should never use this gun for any reason. The DPS is horrible. It's useless for room clear. The synergies are garbage. This gun sucks, and to top it all off, it's A tier, of course. There's so many bad A and S tier weapons, and this is just among them. This gun is useless. You should never use this gun. How about the bullet? The bullet? I like the bullet. This is a solid early weapon. I believe it has... does it have 250 rounds or 350 rounds? I think 250 rounds, which is solid. And it does good damage. It's pretty good for both room clear and boss clear early on. Like, if I have this for the oubliette, I'm pretty happy. Like, I'm sitting pretty if I'm using this through the oubliette, just because it's really solid for those packed rooms. And it's pretty good for the slime. I'll put this in D tier just because it falls off really hard after those early floors. But other than that, I'm pretty happy when I see this. It also has a synergy. It has a dual wield synergy, which dual wield synergies are usually pretty terrible. I won't lie, but this plus the shell is actually okay just because they're both so ammo efficient. Like, if I have this dual wield synergy, I'm fine using it against like the floor 3 boss, as long as I don't need the ammo for anything else. But we'll talk about the shell later. Definitely, this is a solid early game weapon, but I'll just leave it in, well, does this belong in Met? I feel like this might belong in Useful. I'll put it in Useful. I don't know if it belongs down here with these. How about the Bundle of Wands? This is B tier for sure. The Bundle of Wands is super good. It's not very good for room clear just because it turns stuff to chickens. And the chickens just kind of get in your way because they're so tanky to kill with bullets, and you have to walk into them or roll into them to kill them, like, at all, pretty much. So usually you're not going to use this for room clear, but for boss clear, this is one of the best. Its fire rate is crazy, its DPS is super good. 150 rounds is a little bit low, but for boss clear, that's totally fine. That's going to get you through any boss, besides like the Lich, or maybe the Dragon. Very solid weapon. It has a couple okay synergies. I believe it has a synergy with the Mailbox. I don't remember if it has the Mailbox synergy. The bugged one with the owl where you just spam switch. Yeah, definitely a solid weapon. Here's the Buzzkill. I don't know what I called this, but this is the Buzzkill. I might have called this Buzzkill. This gun is amazing. This might even belong in A tier. It's between B or A tier. This gun is incredible. Sadly, the developers put this in the shitty class of guns. That's the actual name. It's called shitty class. So you're not going to see this gun very often for that reason, because shitty guns are very rare compared to others. It's really sad because this gun is so good. It has 350 rounds, great fire rate, okay reload speed. The shots bounce around, they do great damage. So this is amazing for both room clear and boss clear. And this has some amazing synergies. It has that one synergy that turns it to the pink. I believe it's called like Sawed Off or something. I can't remember what that's with, but that synergy is fairly common, honestly. And amazing. I don't know if it belongs in A tier. I feel like it's better than everything down here. I'll put it in A tier. This gun is amazing. Alright, and moving on. Here's the Cactus. The Cactus... I'm torn on the Cactus because this gun has some really good synergies. They're kind of rare, so they're not it's not reliable for its synergies. But it has 1,000 rounds by itself. You never have to reload it. It's fairly accurate. Its DPS is low. I'll put it in C tier. It's definitely better than like Banana or Brick Breaker. This is solid for room clear. It's okay for boss clear early on if it's all you have. But if you get any of the synergies, it's gonna be really good even into like hell. The problem with this is the synergies are kind of laggy. Like if you've gotten this with Gunslinger, the game just like lags like crazy. There's too many projectiles. But it's definitely useful. And here's the camera. This is one of the most underrated weapons in the entire game. The camera is ridiculous. This belongs in S tier or A tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier, I believe. But this could easily go in S tier. The role this gun provides is just unmatched. It provides a similar role to the BSG where you just shoot it at the beginning of a room to clear all the small mobs. But the fact that this is C tier just means it's so much more affordable if it's in the shop. I mean, you're never going to see this in the shop, but if you see this in the shop, you can buy it easily, being only C tier. And the fire rate on the camera is ridiculous. A lot of people underestimate the fire rate on some of these charge weapons. You can fire this thing ridiculously fast, and the reload speed is not a problem because typically you should only be shooting 4 shots in a room, like maximum of 4, usually even just 2 or 3. But even if you do need to shoot more than 4 for some reason, like you have the flash ray synergy where it's your actual boss clear, it's doing really solid damage, even to single target, you can just drop it and pick it up and then it's immediately reloaded. It's not a problem. So this gun is ridiculously strong just for clearing out those weak mobs at the beginning of a room so you can focus on the high HP or jammed mobs. Insane weapon. Also, it's worth mentioning the cheese that works with the BSG works with this as well because they both do room-wide damage. You can just stand in a doorway that you've opened outside of a room and just shoot it and everything that's spawned will die. Incredible weapon. With that solid flash ray synergy. Alright. And speaking of the most underrated weapon, here's the most, maybe not the most, but one of the most overrated weapons. The Casey. This gun, it's good. It's not that good. Like, this is not an instant win weapon. But it is good. It has infinite ammo, it has good damage. You can use it for solid room clear if you're knocking enemies into each other. Even for boss clear late. If you can weave into the boss to hit it melee, it does really solid damage. Or you can just knock large amounts of bullets back into the boss and do okay damage like that. But I feel like it's usually not worth the risk. Like, I'm not going to accept the argument that it's a skill issue because I'm very solid with the Casey. I mean, I've played this game for almost 3,000 hours. I don't think anything is going to be a skill issue for me. It's just, there's usually more effective options than the KC. I'll put it in B tier, just because it is useful late. It has infinite ammo, so if it's all you have, you can fall back on it. It loses points for me because of the curse. I will almost never take this in a Hero Shrine run, just because it's not worth spawning the Lord of the Jammed. The Lord of the Jammed makes this much harder to use, by the way. Just because you have to worry so much more about your positioning. You can't really get those meaty hits as much. You can't go aggressive. But just because it's a fan favorite, I'll give it a solid B tier. Let's give it some respect here. It is good. And you can one-shot the old king and stuff if you're good at that. Gets bonus points for that. Alright, here's the Cat Claw. This gun sucks. This might even belong... Okay. I don't know if this belongs in D tier or F tier. This gun is terrible. Terrible. It's also A tier. Let's mention. So many bad A tier weapons. This gun's DPS is just so bad. And it's one of those weapons where... So, it shoots homing shots. As 300 rounds, it shoots a lot of homing shots very quickly. Has good fire rate. And those homing shots explode. It's like the sticky crossbow. Except the explosion is so delayed. I don't know if it's based on the reload or just on the attachment. I'm not even sure. I haven't used it in so long. The explosions do okay damage. The damage is pretty good, actually. It's fine. But the explosion is so delayed that it just makes it almost useless for rooms. And I don't know, the damage is just... It's a little bit too low for me to justify using it past, like, floor 3. So if this is all you have for, like, early floor, especially early floor bosses, it's okay. That's why I'm putting it in meh tier, not useless. Like, it makes sense to use this early on. Past that, it just falls off so hard. This gun is not good. If I see this from an A tier chest, I'll almost never pick it up, unless I desperately need it. Alright, time for the Big Daddy, the Chamber Gun. This might be the best gun in the game. It's definitely like top 3. The Chamber Gun is ridiculous. This is a C tier weapon, comes out of blue chests, that synergizes with every single master round. So if you're getting master rounds, and you're not wasting your synergy factor picking up useless synergies, you're pretty likely to get this. This is one of the most common guns because of that synergy factor with the master rounds. And it's just so versatile because it has the strongest forms. Basically, the chamber gun has a different form for each floor, a unique form. And if you get the master round for a floor, you keep that floor's form past the floor. Sadly, the strongest forms have no master rounds, like the Oubliette and the Abbey. But regardless, I don't think it matters really, because if you have chamber gun on floor 1, you've pretty much already won, because once you get to the Oubliette, which is the Oubliette on, especially on Hero Shrine, is one of the hardest floors. It's just free Oubliette clear. Same with the Abbey. The Abbey is arguably the hardest floor in the game because it has the Old King. But the crossbow chamber gun is so overpowered, and it has like 200 rounds, so you're not going to run out of ammo. Probably. It's just free clear for the hardest floors. And to top it all off, the strongest form is the Hell form. If anyone has seen the Hell form, they know it's just a free win. You instantly kill everything in every single room that's on screen, and it does insane DPS to the Lich. And it has 500 rounds, so as long as you're not just holding it down, you're like tapping it to not waste your ammo, especially in the room clear, it's just a literal free win. Also, I don't know if this is a bug or not, but if you hold the chamber gun when you exit a floor and go to the next floor, it fully refills its ammo. If you don't need ammo in the middle of a floor, you never have to reload this thing. You can use your ammo on anything else you want. It automatically reloads itself. It's so broken. This is one of the best guns in the game, easily. So broken. I can't believe it's C tier. It's so cheap in a shop, dude. Anyway, let's talk about the charge shot. I think the charge shot probably belongs in A tier, honestly. It's kind of similar to, like, I'd say it's a combo. It's definitely a combo weapon where you can use it in boss clear very efficiently. It's better for boss clear for sure, but this is a very solid room clear weapon too. It has 75 rounds. It is a charge weapon, but you don't need to charge it very long at all. The charge speed is so fast. A lot of people don't realize how quickly you can shoot this, similar to the camera, which just gives it ridiculous DPS. And the 75 rounds means it's almost never going to run out of ammo. If you get this, you're very happy on both room clear and boss clear for pretty much the whole run. I love using this against the Lich, just because the Lich is so big on phase 1 and 2 that it's going to be hitting over and over and over. So a lot of the time I'll be hitting damage cap with this thing or close. It kind of falls off against Lich phase 3, just because Lich phase 3, he's so small and the room is so big that it's hard to get those accurate shots, the ricochets, unless he's like right in the middle. But a lot of the time he will be right in the middle. Even if you're not getting the ricochets, it's still pretty solid. So yeah, definitely an A tier weapon right here. Here's the Charm Bow. The Charm Bow is tough. This is definitely a weapon I sleep on, I feel like, because especially in Hero Shrine, this thing is amazing. Because this thing is good to use against rooms where there's one strong enemy that you need to take care of quickly, and then you can just switch to something else and kill all the weak enemies. You just pull this out at the beginning of a room if you see a strong enemy, including any jammed enemies that might be a problem. That's why it's good in Hero Shrine. You just charm them very quickly. As long as you fully charge this thing, it's guaranteed to charm, I believe. And then you switch to your actual room clear weapon, whether it's even your starter or whatever. It makes rooms so easy. This thing is useless for bosses, of course. It's not going to charm the bosses, and its DPS is horrible. But I'll put it in C tier, for sure. It also has solid synergies. I can't remember what it's with. I haven't played consistently in a long time, so I can't remember a lot of these synergies, what they're with specifically. But I remember it has a fairly, not too rare synergy with, or that makes it so you can look inside of chests, which is insanely strong. If you can look inside of chests, you never need to worry about your keys again, because you're never going to waste any keys on anything useless. So good. That synergy is game-winning. Honestly, for that synergy alone, it could go in B tier. I just can't remember what it's with exactly. I'm not going to look it up either. But we'll put it in C tier. It's definitely useful. How about the Cobalt Hammer? This gun sucks, man. I don't know. I'll put it... I think it belongs in C tier, I'll say, first off. I shouldn't say it sucks. It's definitely useful. But it only has 60 rounds, and this is one of those weapons where it has a charge attack, but you never want to use the charge attack because it lowers the DPS by so much. You just want to spam this thing. So those 60 rounds are not going to get you very far at all. Not at all. It pierces, it has a giant beam that just pierces everything. But I would never use this for room clear unless I was completely desperate because of the 60 rounds. I believe it's 60 rounds. It's very low. So I would say this is just kind of, even for boss clear, its DPS is fine, not great. It falls off pretty hard. Like, I would never use this past floor 3. I can see myself using it for floor 3 sometimes, if I have it. But I would never use it for the rat. I would never use it for the dragon. I would definitely never use it for Lich unless I have a lot of damage and I have nothing else. And, of course, it's an A tier weapon. So, if you even take this, you're gonna be nerfing your magnificence by a ton. So you're gonna make it so you don't get A or S tier guns or weapons, or guns or items for the rest of the run. So even by taking this thing, you're nerfing yourself. It's just another one of those bad A tier weapons, like AU, or this is S tier, like Cat Claw. So many bad A tier weapons and a couple bad S tiers. It's just with those. Definitely not as bad as these, but you should probably never take this. In fact, just for being A tier, I'm gonna put it in meh. You should probably never take this. Alright, how about the Cold 45, I believe it's called. The Cold 45 is B tier, definitely. So freeze, ice is one of the best elements in this game. Probably the best. Being able to freeze key enemies in a room that are gonna make you get hit and then switch back to your actual damaging weapon is just unmatched utility. The Snowballer, this fills the same role as the Snowballer pretty much, except the Snowballer has a little more utility because it can diffuse, and this has a little more general usage because it has better DPS. Even using this as room clear is pretty solid. Like, it's fine damage, but even if I have a much better DPS option, I'll usually use this as my sidearm to open up a room with. I'll step into a room with it, or if I go into a room that I see something I need it for, I'll just switch to it quickly. I'll freeze whatever is going to hurt me, like any of those panthers, any large enemies, even any jammed enemies. I'll just freeze them really quick, because this thing shoots so fast. That's another perk of it. You're going to freeze stuff almost instantly because it shoots so quickly. Just unmatched utility. So good. I could even consider putting this in A tier, just because this, if I have this, I'm usually going to be using it as my sidearm, even into hell. It's so strong, but I'll leave it in B tier. Just because it falls off pretty hard by itself. And here's the Colt something. I can't remember the name of these guns. I think I called this the Colt too. I don't know. This gun's okay. It's fine. I think I'll leave it in C tier. It's useful. It has one of the best synergies in the game with the shovel gun, where it makes the shovel gun infinitely dig up junk, where if you have spice, you can infinitely dig up spice as well. But yeah. Not much to say with this gun. It has 350 rounds, I believe. Maybe it even belongs in B tier, because it's definitely better than a lot of these. I don't know. I might shift this up to B tier as well. I don't know if Blooper belongs down here with these guns. Alright, we're going to shift Blooper up, and we're going to shift this up as well. I kind of did Blooper dirty, leaving it in C tier. Blooper's solid. But the Colt, it shoots 3-round bursts very quickly, has 350 rounds. So it does okay DPS, but it falls off very quickly. So, honestly, I don't know. I'm torn. It's probably the same as the Bullet, in my eyes. I'll leave it in C tier, just because it falls off so quickly. I would almost never use this past, like, the Oubliette. Even on floor 2, I'm almost never going to be using this thing. Alright. This gun. How do I not remember the name of this gun? My goodness. This gun is amazing, though. I think it belongs in B tier, but this is one of the best boss clear options. It has 40 rounds. It has 4 rockets per clip before you need to reload. The Commando, thank you. The Commando. How did I forget that? Yeah, the rockets do a lot of damage, and their explosion radius, the explosion radius is pretty big. So even if you have better boss clear than this damage-wise, this as a sidearm explosive is amazing for bosses, especially against like the Rat and any floor 3 boss. Because the way explosions work in this game, if you don't know, is explosions have a global cooldown where they destroy bullets. Like, let's say you shoot a Commando rocket. That first rocket is going to destroy all the bullets around it, and then the next 3 rockets, or however many, until the cooldown is up will not destroy anything. So what you can do is have the Commando as your sidearm, and if the enemy shoots a bullet or an attack, or you know they're going to use an attack that you can blow up and not have to dodge it, you can switch to the Commando quickly and just blow up that attack. This is especially useful, I should mention, against the Old King. This is amazing against the Old King, because the Old King has so many attacks where you want to do that against. He has the jammed bullet ring, where if you know it's going to come out, you can just shoot it and it destroys pretty much the entire ring. Or, I mean the ring where, not the ring that homes onto you, just the ring that goes across the entire arena, but the ring that homes onto you as well. If he shoots that, and you see it near him, near enough to him, you can just pull out your Commander really quick, shoot it at the Old King, and it'll blow up that ring, and either almost completely destroy it, or completely destroy it, which makes it so much easier to dodge. The utility on this thing is crazy, plus its DPS. Like, this could go in A tier, honestly. The Commando is super good. I'll leave it in B tier, though. Well, I don't know, this probably belongs in A tier, just because even if it's not your best option, it provides that utility. I think this belongs in A tier. It has a couple synergies that are pretty meh. They're not really worth talking about. But they exist. They don't hurt. Alright, here's the Pulse Rifle. The Pulse Rifle, man, this is a tough one. So this becomes way better if you know how to drop reload. Because the good part about the Pulse Rifle is, I believe it's called Pulse Rifle, it's the alternate fire, where you shoot the giant energy orb that consumes 10 ammo. This has 500 max ammo, by the way, so pretty good. The energy orb consumes 10 of your ammo, and bounces around and does ridiculous damage. So if you know to drop reload that orb, the way drop reload works is if a gun has 2 fire modes, if you, let's say, shoot the orb and then drop it and pick it up, it doesn't switch fire modes because you didn't reload. You just dropped it and picked it up. So you just have the orb again. So you can drop this gun and pick it up over and over and over, firing orbs very quickly. By itself, this thing can easily hit damage cap with no damage. It's so good. Just, it's not the most ammo efficient because you only get 50 of those orbs. And if you're spamming them out, that runs out very quickly. And the regular fire is not great. It's fine, especially if it's all you have. It's not bad. I think this belongs in B tier. Just because it's kind of weird to use with the drop reloading and stuff. And if you're not doing that, it's kind of meh because what you have to do is you have to shoot the orb, reload, shoot one rifle shot, reload, and then you can shoot the orb again. So it's slightly less efficient ammo-wise, which doesn't really matter. It's just barely less efficient. And it's just a lot slower. I think this belongs in B tier. It's definitely not good enough for A tier, but definitely a very solid weapon. Alright, and here's the composite gun. Kind of a rare, good S tier gun, I was going to say, but I guess we already have 3 guns in S tier. This gun is amazing. I could see an argument for this being an A tier just because its ammo count is kind of low. It only has 50 rounds, I believe. And each of its charge shots, it's going to consume 2 of those rounds. So you only have like 25 charge shots, I believe. But those charge shots are so strong. The charge shots do really, really high damage, which is amazing. And they have a blank effect. So if you're using this against a boss, it's a free no-hit as long as you have enough ammo. Which is incredible. And it's not even a free no-hit like the black hole where it takes forever. Like, you could say the black hole is a free no-hit against everything. But it takes forever because you have to pretty much solo use the black hole gun because the charge speed is so slow. But this is a free no-hit, and it's fairly quickly. Like, it's an effective gun. So this definitely belongs in S tier. And here is the compressed air tank, I think it's called. The Shark. The Shark is amazing. I'm gonna put this in A tier. This is one of my favorite things to use against bosses. This is one of the best A tier boss clears. It's really bad in rooms, but just because of how good it is against every single boss, it definitely belongs in the A tier. You can use this against every single boss in the game and it's gonna be great. Even the Lich. The Lich, this thing has 50 rounds. You're never gonna run out of ammo if you're using this for your boss clear. You could use it for the entire run, and you'll have to reload it maybe once or twice. So it easily gets you through the Lich fight. I think if you have no damage, maybe it won't quite get you through. I'm not sure. I haven't used it with no damage against the Lich in a while. But this thing is just amazing. The Shark's home in on stuff, so it's not like you have to aim or anything as well. You just fire and forget. This thing is incredible. Really a rare, good A-tier weapon. And here's the Corsair. I hate this gun. I hate this gun so much. This gun sucks. Some people like it. I've seen some, like, decent players that like it. Like, I know Biznap likes it. I don't understand it. I don't understand what there is to like with this gun. Because its damage is so bad against bosses that I would almost never use this against any boss besides like maybe Amoconda or like floor 1 boss if it's all I have. Even against floor 1 boss, I would usually rather use my starter. Against Amoconda, it's okay. And as room clear, this thing is horrible. This thing is horrible for room clear. I'll tell you why. So this is one of those like blanket damage room clear weapons, kind of like the Brick Breaker, but you can't focus fire anything because its DPS is so bad. And because you can't focus fire anything, you can't choose what you're gonna kill first. At least with the Brick Breaker, you can like kind of focus down one enemy and then the shells will bounce off and kill other stuff. But you can at least focus fire something. This thing, you can't focus fire anything. It's not gonna kill anything. It's not gonna die. Which means just a very important aspect of room clear is thrown out the window, where you need to focus the dangerous enemies or the weak enemies first. I'm putting this in useless tier. I would understand if someone thinks this belongs in D tier, but personally, I don't understand it. I don't see the use. Even with the synergies, it has the cruise ship synergy with something, I can't remember what it's with. Even with that, it like barely belongs in D tier. It's okay. I hate this gun. I don't understand it at all. Maybe I just need someone to explain it to me. But I've used this gun a lot. It's horrible. Alright, how about the Crescent Crossbow? The Crescent Crossbow is interesting. It's an A tier weapon, which minus points for that, of course. You're actively nerfing your potential in the future by taking this thing. But it's not the worst A tier weapon. I think if it was like B tier, I think it would belong in solid, but because it's A tier, I'm gonna put it in useful. I'm gonna put it in C tier. It has 150 rounds, and it has a charge attack that consumes three rounds. So you basically have 50 rounds, because you do want to be charging this thing. It's pretty good room clear. I mean, the charge shot does a lot of damage. So even against bosses, it's not bad. And when you charge the star, it like bounces off a bunch of tiny stars around. The tiny stars do like nothing, but they're there, I guess. This thing is just usually not worth nerfing your Magnificence for. It is worth mentioning there's a couple Muncher combos that give this thing guaranteed, that can get you out of a pinch, I guess, if you desperately need it. So I guess bonus points for that, but I don't know. I usually don't think this thing is worth it. Alright, how about the Crestfaller? The Crestfaller is so good. This is such a solid weapon. It's got 250 rounds, which is good, but for its fire rate. It's very good for its fire rate, actually. This thing is super efficient for your room clear, and it does decent damage. Like, and it freezes. Even if it didn't freeze, this would be a good gun, but it freezes as well. So it provides a little bit of that utility, the same utility as like Cold or Snowballer. but with a little bit better like solo DPS, solo ammo efficiency. So I would say it's pretty much on the same level as Cold, because it's not quite as good as Cold for freezing, but because it stands on its own legs a little bit better, it's up there for sure. You can use this late into the run. Even in, I'll use this in the Forge a lot of the time. In floor 5. Just because even if your damage is a little bit low to be using it, it's so efficient and it freezes everything so you don't have to worry about, like, dying. This thing is amazing. I love the Crestfaller. Alright, how about the Crossbow? I think the Crossbow belongs in either D tier or C tier. Like, this thing is amazing to start with. That's why the Hunter is one of the best characters. The Hunter's probably one of the best out of the base 4, I would say. Just because Crossbow is so ridiculously good on floor 1. It one-shots the bullet kin, and if you're spam firing it, you want to be spam firing this thing, by the way, because you'll instantly proc the reload animation after you shoot. If you're spam firing this thing, you shoot much faster. So the DPS against the floor 1 boss is just so good compared to any of the starter guns. Starting with this thing is ridiculous. I'm mainly putting it in C tier because of that, honestly. If it, like, past floor 1, it's pretty bad. I would almost never use this past floor 1. Even in the Oubliette, it's pretty meh. Like, sometimes I would use it in the Oubliette, for sure. I would pretty much never, ever, ever, ever use this thing on floor 2. It just falls off so ridiculously hard. But because the Hunter starts with it, and because it's so reliable for getting past floor 1 consistently, fairly easily too, I'll put it in C tier. Alright, how about the Crown of Guns? The Crown of Guns? This gun is not good. I'm sorry. This gun relies on too many things. Like, if you just have the Crown of Guns, no synergies, no accuracy ups, this isn't good at all. And it's not like it has a lot of synergies that are okay. Like, I'm pretty sure this gives King Bomber, which is one of the best synergies in the game. I believe this has a synergy with, like, Crown of Gun, or not Crown of Guns, the Coin Crown. So if you have the Crown of Guns, you're more likely to get the Coin Crown, which is a very good item. I think because of the synergies that exist, that just by having the coin or the Crown of Guns, you're more likely to get those synergies. I think this probably belongs in C tier. And if you have a lot of accuracy, this gun is amazing. It takes so much accuracy to become useful by itself that it's almost never going to happen. So this is more of a synergy weapon. You're pretty much never going to be using this by itself for damage. But the synergies are very good. So I'm definitely happy to have it. We'll put it in useful. Alright. The Dark Marker. This gun is so interesting. I don't know. Where does the Dark Marker belong? Because it has... How many rounds does it have? It has, what, like 100 or 200, 250? I believe it's 250 rounds, which is fine. It's not great, because you want to be spamming this thing for best DPS. And for a spam weapon like that, 250 is like kind of middle of the road, I would say. Not bad, not great. It has a charge attack that's okay for bosses, where you shoot 2 shots in a super wide arc, and if they hit each other, it triggers a fake blank effect. This is not an actual blank. It destroys bullets, but it doesn't open secrets, I believe. I'm pretty sure it doesn't open secrets. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't open secrets. If this opened secrets, it would be way better. But that blank effect is pretty useful. It does good. The explosion does good damage on bosses. For room clear, if you're spamming it, it's pretty reliable. Even against bosses, spamming it or charging it, either one is pretty reliable. I'll put it in B tier, honestly. If this comes out of an S tier chest, if I'm really desperate, I'll take it. But otherwise, I'll leave it behind. But it's okay. It has some good synergies, like the antibody synergy is worth mentioning. The antibody synergy makes it ridiculously crazy. I can't really explain it, but maybe the wiki can explain it better. That synergy is amazing. So we'll put it in B tier. It's solid, even though it's S tier. If it were like B tier, or if it was B tier, I would probably put it in A. Well, I don't know. Would I put it in A? It would probably still be in B tier, even if it was actually B tier in-game. Alright, how about the Cultist starting weapon? I honestly don't know how good this thing is. I never play co-op. I mean, from what I remember, it's fine. I think it's better than the Rogue Special. I'll put it in meh. From what I remember, it's okay. Alright, how about the Deckard? The Deckard... I like the Deckard. It's not that good, though. I think it belongs in C tier. This is an A tier weapon. So, minus points for that, of course. If you're taking this, you're nerfing yourself, yada yada. But it has solid DPS. You can use this as a sidearm pretty effectively, even fairly late into the game. What it does is it shoots 2 explosive rounds fairly quickly, and then you have to reload. I don't even remember how many rounds it has. It has either like 50 or 75, I think? I don't know. Man, I don't know if that's right. I don't remember this thing's ammo count at all, if I'm honest. I never use this. It's just not worth it. Like, it's such a mediocre sidearm. It's fairly good early on. Like, if you're using this against early bosses, I would say like up to floor 2. This thing is pretty effective as boss clear. Because it has good DPS by itself, the reload speed is fine. But past that, it's just such a meh sidearm that it's just not worth having. So if you have anything that can reliably get you to floor 2 already, or through floor 2, it's probably not worth picking this up. And if you're past floor 2, I wouldn't pick this up at all. Unless you already have Magnificence or something. I'll put it in C tier. It's fine. Alright, how about the Demon Head? Demon Head is B tier. This is probably the best, maybe the second best or second best beam in the game. Maybe even third best. I'd say second best. This does really, really solid DPS. It does fire damage, so it lights stuff on fire, which helps. It's not bad, but its DPS by it, even ignoring that, is just really solid. Like, I've had runs where I'm using Demon Head against the Dragon, and I'm doing just fine. I run out of ammo because it only has 500 ammo, which for a beam, I mean, beams usually don't have that high of ammo, typically, but it does run out fairly quickly. And any beam provides pretty good utility against the Dragon fight, and like already, just because when the Dragon shoots those skulls, you can use any beam type gun to just shoot all the skulls, and all of them will instantly die. So even if this isn't your main DPS, just having this for the Dragon as your sidearm to immediately get rid of those skulls is super useful. So it gets bonus points for having that beam utility. So yeah, it's solid by itself, has good utility. Definitely a B tier weapon. Alright. And this is I always forget how to say this. It's like Derringer? I think it's Derringer? I don't know. It's either Derringer or like Derringer. I don't know. I don't know how to say this thing. This is not as bad as people say. A shocking amount of people say this is like one of the worst guns in the game. I think this belongs in D tier. It's not that bad, because it reloads fairly quickly. It has 200 rounds, it has 2 rounds per clip. It reloads not super fast, but fast enough. And those rounds do a good amount of damage. Oh, did our music end? We'll just replay. There you go, sorry about that. Alright, but yeah, this thing does solid DPS. It's not bad. It's not great, like I would definitely never want to use this past like the oubliette, but it's not useless. It doesn't belong down here with these. It's fine. I would say it's probably one of the worst guns in the D tier. Like, it's definitely worse than Banana. It's worse than this. Maybe it does belong in... I don't want to put it in F tier because it's not useless. We'll say it's bottom of D tier. Alright. How about the Devolver? The Devolver, this gun is... Okay. This gun is completely misunderstood, I'll say. This gun only has 100 rounds. It has like 6 rounds to a clip. You shoot it fairly quickly, so it runs out of ammo very fast if you're using it by itself. But that's the wrong way to use this gun. This gun is completely misunderstood. The correct way to use this weapon is if you see a strong enemy that's a problem, like one of those Panthers, or even just like a gun nut or something, you just whip out your Devolver, or especially in Hero Shrine. I will say this is much more useful in Hero Shrine because of this. If there's a dangerous jammed enemy especially, you just whip this out, shoot a few shots, and it'll devolve into one of those archer guys. It's so useful because the transformation rate is so good. One clip, usually it's only going to take you a few shots. At most, it'll usually take you a clip. You probably won't have to reload this thing, but its reload speed is quick. So if you have to transform like a Lead Maiden, let's say, a jammed Lead Maiden on 4-2, and you need to transform it, you can probably get like 2 clips off on it, which will pretty much guaranteed transform it. This will get you out of so many sticky situations if you're using it as a sidearm. Just don't use it as your main weapon, because its damage is pretty bad. And you're just going to be transforming like weak enemies. And if you transform a weak enemy into one of the archer guys, it just heals it, and it's just this whole thing. You're going to run out of ammo like immediately. You need to be using this as a sidearm. I'm going to put it in C tier. I don't think it belongs in B tier, just because of the niche it fills. Like, it can't stand on its own legs at all. If this is all you have, it's not gonna get the job done. But this is a useful sidearm through the entire game. You can use this into hell and its role does not change. Definitely a good gun. Alright, how about the D-pad? The D-pad. Is the D-pad A tier or B tier? I can't even remember. I want to say it's B tier. This is actually important. I almost never use the D-pad, and I will explain why in a moment. Let me Google this really quick, because that's very important. Okay, I was right. It is B tier. Okay. Get that out of the way first. So it doesn't have that penalty, but I don't know. One of the reasons I kind of forgot is because what the D-pad does is it has 120 rounds, and it shoots fairly quickly. It shoots 3-round bursts, and you run out of ammo pretty quick because it only has 120 rounds. And when you run out of ammo, it spawns a chest. And a good amount of that time, that chest can be A tier or S tier. So you're going to be getting Magnificence from this thing anyway, a lot of the time. Personally, I don't think it's correct to immediately unload this thing and get the chest, which is what a lot of people do. I'll explain why. This only applies to non-Hero Shrine, because with the D-pad, if you input the combo, the D-pad has special combos you can input to like shoot fireballs and stuff. So if you remember the fireball combos, then it's a lot stronger for like boss clear. But the combo you really want to remember is, I don't know if the direction matters. I think it does. Isn't it left, left, shoot? I'd have to look this up again, but there's a combo to shoot a grappling hook. So this is a gun that allows you to steal, which the utility of stealing on non-Hero Shrine is crazy. It's unmatched. It makes your economy like not even matter. It's so good. The fact that it's a grappling hook steal makes it one of the worst ways to steal in the game, because if you use the grappling hook to steal, the shop will instantly close pretty much no matter what, as far as I know. But you can still steal nonetheless. Oh, also, the grappling hook cannot steal out of cases. So you can't steal, like, the prime primer, you can't steal the rat key, stuff like that. Just because those are in the case. So this is one of the worst ways to steal, but being able to... having a gun that's able to steal is pretty good. You'd mainly want to be using this to steal from extra merchants, because if you steal from them, their shop closes and it doesn't really matter because it doesn't affect you the rest of the run. Even if you see that merchant again later in the run, their shop will still be open. It doesn't have that ramification of closing the main shop. Or the same ramification as it would closing the main shop. But in Hero Shrine, you never want to steal pretty much, because stealing... you already have so much money because you're killing so many jammed enemies, and stealing will spawn Lord of the Jammed. It better be really worth it to steal that item if you want Lord of the Jammed for it, and it almost never is worth it. So, if you get this in Hero Shrine, you're probably just going to spawn the chest. Personally, I still don't spawn the chest, because I like using the ammo efficiently in this gun. It's a pretty strong weapon. The 120 rounds go a long way, especially against bosses. But yeah. Then it spawns a random chest, and that chest can just be whatever. It's a pretty nice perk. So I'll put this in B tier. It plays a lot of different roles at the same time in one gun. It makes it very versatile. Because if you want to be spending your extra ammo on it, it's a good gun. If you don't want to spend your ammo on it, it's a chest, or just a way to steal with the grappling hook. I'd say it's solid. Solid weapon. Alright, how about the Disintegrator? I feel like the Disintegrator, this is the strongest laser in the game, DPS-wise. The charge speed is just so slow, though. Like, I don't know. It makes it so hard to use for, like, rooms and stuff, because you commit so much time to just waiting for the charge before you can kill anything. Whereas, if you just use a regular automatic weapon, you don't have to wait for that charge time. You can immediately kill a couple key things to make the room instantly way easier, so you're less likely to get hit. Also, if you're using this against bosses, every time you need to dodge roll or whatever, you reset the charge. So even against bosses, it's very hard to use. You need to not be rolling very much, otherwise you have to be waiting 10 years for the charge. So I'm gonna put this... whoops. Where did it go? Uh-oh. There it is. I'm gonna put this in B tier. I'll put it right next to the Demon Head. It's much stronger than the Demon Head. Like, this could go in A tier, honestly, because of the DPS it provides, but just because it's so finicky to use because of that ridiculously long charge time, I'm gonna put it in B tier. It's not a great S tier weapon overall, but it's fine. Alright, how about the Dragonfire? I love the Dragonfire. The Dragonfire is probably one of my favorite A tier weapons. Maybe not my complete favorite, but it's definitely up there. The Dragonfire used to be terrible. It used to suck so bad, and then they kind of did a blanket buff on a bunch of A tier weapons, and it made this very good. So I'm going to put it in A tier. This is just such a solid automatic weapon. You can use this all the way into hell. I usually wouldn't want to use this against Lich, but you can if it's all you have. It has 500 rounds, okay fire rate, so the 500 rounds are going to last you a while. The reload speed is fairly slow, so you usually want to be drop reloading this. But if you don't want to drop reload, the reload speed isn't so bad that you're completely screwing yourself over, like with the blooper. So definitely a solid weapon. How about the laser? I can't remember what the laser's called. The laser's A tier, for sure. This is just like the ultimate sidearm. This is like what people... this is the sidearm that makes people that never use sidearms in general use a sidearm. Like, it's just designed to be the ultimate sidearm. Because what it does is it has infinite ammo. And when you deal damage with other weapons, it charges itself. And then you switch to it and you shoot one gigantic laser, and then you switch back to your other gun, and then it just charges again. This thing charges fairly quickly. Like, you do not have to do very much damage at all to charge this thing. And when it charges, it has an audio cue. Like a loud bing. So you're not going to miss the charge thing as long as your music isn't too loud or whatever. It's so good. I wish more people would use other guns like they use this gun as sidearms, because this kind of introduces a lot of players to the idea of using a sidearm. Like the Commando, like the Cold, even the Crest kind of. That kind of thing. Such a good weapon. Alright. Here is the dueling pistol. Alright. This is the worst one of the run. This is the worst weapon in the entire game. I said the boxing glove might be. This is worse. This is the worst gun in the entire game. I'm pretty sure. There's nothing worse than this. This gun is completely useless. It does worse DPS than every starter in the game. It pierces and bounces, but that's not enough to redeem it. The only thing this does is have a synergy with silver bullets. So if you have the dueling pistol and you have your synergy factor, like you don't have any synergies, so your synergy factor is maxed out, you're more likely to get silver bullets. That's the only use this gun has. That's it. Just makes it more likely for you to get silver bullets. Otherwise, this thing is useless. That's the reason. So it's not, I think it's D tier or C tier. I can't remember what tier it is. It's worth picking up. I'll say. It's worth picking up if you see it. And if you have the choice to sell it or not, you should consider not selling it for the higher chance of getting silver bullets. But this gun is, as a gun, this thing is useless. Never ever use this weapon. Alright. The Dungeon Eagle. The Dungeon Eagle, this gun is interesting. It's one of those weapons where you do a lot less DPS if you're charging this gun. Like the Alien Sidearm, like, I forget which other one I said. Oh, the Cobalt Hammer. It's like that, but the charge on this is definitely a lot better than those. Because it charges fairly quickly, and the charge does enough damage that if you're trying to use this as like an economy weapon to get through a floor on like very limited ammo, the charge can be worth using. But it only has 200 rounds, so yeah, if you're not using the charge, you're just spamming it for max DPS, it runs out very quickly. But the DPS is very good. It's very good DPS. I will say, I'll just put it in C tier. Like, I don't know. It runs out so quickly unless you're using it as the charge, and the charge is just so bad. Like, I would almost, depending on my starter, I would almost rather use the starter. Hollow Gun, welcome, wow. We got a world record holder speedrunner in the chat. Why I put the gold gun in B tier, if you may interrupt. So, a lot of these, the gold gun, it only has 24 rounds, right? And even if you're drop reloading it, its DPS is not that great. And it's S tier, so even picking up an S tier weapon reduces your increases your magnificence. So it's making it so you're less likely to get A or S tier guns or items later on, right? So it's not worth nuking your magnificence, because even if you do nuke your magnificence for it, it's just not that good. This gun sucks. It's not worth it. No one should ever pick this up, pretty much. Alright. Elephant gun. I love the elephant gun. This is one of my favorite shotguns. I believe this is Iron Stance as well. Does it? I have a command for it. Check. It does have Iron Stance. So Iron Stance is like the shotgun synergy. It's one of the best synergies in the game because it works with so many shotguns, and shotguns are already amazing in this game. And especially with this thing, if you have Iron Stance, it becomes so much better because reload speed is so important for this thing. So I'm going to put this in B tier for sure. It has, I believe, 120 rounds, and it has 2 shots per, like, clip. Or per reload. The damage is just great. The accuracy is really good, even with no accuracy upgrades. So, even from, like, an okay distance, you can be hitting stuff. And yeah, if you get Iron Stance with this thing, it's just insane. It's so good. Definitely a solid gun. Alright, Cheese Gun. I hate this gun. I hate this gun. I want to put it here, but I won't. This gun is like the ultimate noob, take forever to do anything gun. It's like the Black Hole gun, where it makes the game really easy, but it takes forever to kill anything. The DPS is horrible. It has infinite ammo, which is nice, so you're not going to run out using it. But like, if you're using this in the Forge, especially on Hero Shrine, it just takes 10 years to do anything. It sucks. I hate this gun. Also, there's a lot of enemies that are like kind of buggy, where if you freeze them or like encase them in cheese, they don't die. They have infinite health. You have to wait until they're not encased in cheese to kill them. And so let's say you encase it in cheese. You have to wait until it's not encased in cheese to damage it. But by damaging it, you just encase it in cheese again. It takes forever. An example is the strongest, like, little magic guy that summons the gigantic ring. That guy is bugged for some reason. If you're shooting that guy with the cheese gun, you can't kill him unless he's not encased in cheese. It's so stupid. I hate this gun. It is good, though. I just hate it. This isn't a speedrun tier list. Does speed matter? I mean, as far as how much I hate this gun, yes. I will put it in B tier, but I hate this weapon. The shield gun is up there because it has infinite ammo, so wouldn't this one be similarly rated? This thing has insane DPS when it has the synergy. Like, this is your boss clear for... I mean, you're usually not going to use this against, like, Dragon or Lich, but it'll be your room clear for the whole time. And it's really solid boss clear against... Well, not quite the Rat. Phase 1 Rat, it's really good, but Phase 2 Rat, its range is kind of bad, so you're not going to be hitting him. But, I mean, the difference between these is just crazy in DPS. Alright, how about the Revolver? This gun is really good. So, this gun, I don't even know how many forms it has, because only a few of the forms are even good. The cube form is fine. It's not bad. The pistol form is really good. The tongue form sucks. The beginning form sucks. And the dragon form is okay. Oh, the shotgun form is great, though. I think the shotgun form is the best one, probably, overall. But you don't stay on the shotgun form or the pistol form that long, and those are the best for room clear. Like, the dragon form is the best for boss clear for sure, but just using it for room clear is kind of annoying because the fire takes a long time to reach its target, which is just time that's spent not killing the small things. And it only has 150 rounds in the dragon form, so usually you're not going to be using this for room clear. I think it probably belongs in A tier, just because those weaker forms, or those previous forms, are really good for room clear while you have them, and then once you have it fully evolved, it's great boss clear, so it belongs in A tier for sure. Alright, how about Excalibur? This is a gun that hurts so much to rate, because this is a good gun, but because I only play Hero Shrine, it's completely useless. It's not worth taking Lord of the Damned for this gun, usually. It has some good synergies, like the synergy that makes so every time you reload, you shoot the burst of shots. This thing shoots and reloads very quickly, so that you can dish out a ton of DPS by doing that, just spamming shoot and reload. And you'll never run out of ammo. But if you're playing Hero Shrine, it's just not worth it, sadly. I don't know if it belongs in C or B. I'll put it in B tier, just for the sake of not completely ranking stuff in Hero Shrine, but I would never take this gun. Almost never. Unless I'm completely desperate. Alright. The Eye of the Beholster is this called. Can't remember the name. This gun is pretty good. I think it has 300 rounds. It shoots fairly quickly. It's a beam, which is nice, a piercing beam. It doesn't do too much damage, but because it shoots so quickly, its DPS is fine. This really shines as boss clear because what you can do is you just spam this thing like crazy and you spawn a lot of those little eyeball guys. Every time you fully unload a clip, you spawn an eyeball guy. And those guys, once they stack up, they do pretty decent damage. Like, even using this against the Rat Phase 2 is not bad. A lot of the time I'll use this against Rat Phase 2 if I have it. Or Old King. Just because the damage ramps up over time. I think it belongs in C tier. It's a little bit niche, just because it falls off after, like, the Rat. I would really hate to use this against the Dragon, but if I had to, I could. It's horrible against Lich. You wouldn't want to use this against Lich. And as far as room clear, it falls off so quickly. Probably belongs in C tier. Alright, the guitar. Can't remember the name. The guitar's pretty good. I don't know if it belongs in B tier or A tier. So this thing has really good DPS. And you can double the DPS by reloading it. You drop the amp, and then you shoot twice as much. It has a really good synergy, Hard Rock, where you don't shoot in 4 directions. You just shoot 2 lines of the musical notes in 1 direction. So it makes it a lot more reliable in general, especially for boss clear. And the amp as well, both just shoot 1 line. And I believe Hard Rock is not too rare of a synergy. I don't think this quite belongs in A tier. But this, it's not great for room clear unless you have Hard Rock. Because even if you don't have Hard Rock, you can stick the amp like right where the boss is going to be. And all 4 of those lines of shots are going to be like spawning inside of the boss. Or you can just put the amp very close to the boss, like on the Rat. But yeah, without Hard Rock, there's just much better options to use for room clear. It has 500 rounds, so it's not bad. But that'll run out quick if you're using it all the time. Alright, the Fight Saber. I hate this gun. I hate this gun so much. It belongs in S tier, but I'm putting it in S tier because there's no reason not to, besides I just hate this gun. Its DPS sucks so much unless stuff is shooting a lot of bullets. So, but you're invincible if you have it. Like, the fact that you're just literally invincible, you cannot die, makes this an S tier gun. But I would never use this in a million years, and I almost never take this if I see it. But it does belong in S tier. Because the DPS is just horrible, but the DPS is crazy against bosses, and you're invincible. I hate this gun. Alright, finish gun, S tier. This is the best gun of the game. I would say this is better than chamber gun even. Just because this is very common. This is one of the most common guns in the game. I'd say between rarity, I think these are like, I want to say these are tied with rarity. Maybe chamber gun's a little bit more common. Just because this has synergies, it has not very many synergies, it has synergy with like lowercase r, which makes it more common, and it replaces the unfinished gun in brown chests, which you should be opening brown chests typically. Brown chests are one of the better tiers of chests to be opening for your value. So if you're opening lots of brown chests, you're going to be seeing this quite a bit. The big reason you're not going to see chamber gun as much is because opening blue chests is kind of risky, because blue chests either have the best stuff ever or just complete garbage. There's almost no in between with blue chests. So unless you have a lot of keys, typically you don't want to be opening them, or you can take the risk with your keys and not get punished for it. But yeah, this is probably the best gun in the game. Which is fitting because it's the last unlock. Unlocking this gun makes the game a lot easier. Which could be seen as a good thing or a bad thing. Like, I'd say streaking with this unlocked and without this unlocked, it's a very different experience, just because so many of your runs have this thing. Alright, how about the Flame Hand? This thing is really solid. It probably belongs in B tier. It has 200 rounds, and it shoots not too quickly. The fire pierces a lot of targets. I don't know how many it pierces off the top of my head. The DPS is decent. It lights stuff on fire, which is kind of nice, I guess. And the damage of the shots is determined by the size of the fireball, which has some synergy usage, but isn't too important to keep in mind overall. This can be okay for like early boss clear, but usually you just want to be using this for room clear. And it's pretty good for room clear, just because it's so efficient ammo-wise, and it's going to be piercing all this stuff. It has knockback as well, which is kind of nice. A little bit of knockback. Definitely a solid gun here. Alright, flare gun. Flare gun is tough, because this has use. If you get this with medkit, it's amazing, but it runs out of ammo so fast. It only has 150 rounds. And the medkit just makes it shoot so fast. It probably belongs in meh. It definitely has its uses, like early on as a sidearm. Or even if you have nothing on floor 1, you can use it against a boss. You probably don't want to use it against Bullet King because he's immune to fire, but against like Trigger Twins or the Gatling Gull, it's okay. It's fine. We'll put it in meh. Oh my god, here's the Flash Ray. This is a B tier weapon, easily. This gun is so good. I feel like this gun is kind of underrated. It has 350 rounds, which is absurd. You're almost never going to run out of ammo with this thing. The downside of and it has good DPS. The DPS is very solid. The downside of this gun is it's very inaccurate. But you can kind of, I mean, as long as you're close enough to your targets, the inaccuracy isn't going to matter. And the beam is pretty big, like the hitbox itself, so it's a lot easier to hit stuff than other inaccurate weapons. And because of its DPS, the inaccuracy doesn't matter against bosses. So it really shines there, especially against like early bosses. And the piercing makes it really good against Ammo Conda. It's great against Beholster because it like I think it one-shots the missiles. This is just such an underrated weapon. It scales so well with your damage, and if you get accuracy, any accuracy up besides like a tiny one like the military training, this thing becomes excellent. Completely excellent. This is an underrated weapon. Alright. Fossilized Gun, I believe this is called. This one's tough. Because it falls off so quickly. On like floor 1, it's okay as room clear, because you just shoot the oil everywhere and then you light it with the reload animation. And then stuff dies pretty quick to the fire. It's worse in Hero Shrine because those jammed enemies are just going to be harder to take down, but it's still okay because you light the room on fire and then you switch back to your starter and then take down the jammed enemies. But if there's more than one like wave in a room and you need to reposition, this makes it very difficult. Or even if you can't kill the first wave quick enough and you have to reposition through the oil, it's just a lot of like rolling around where you can't shoot. You just have to play evasive and you have to keep rolling to not light yourself on fire. It's just a mess. So using this thing for room clear is not great unless it's literally all you have. Plus, it's kind of sad. The reload animation, it lights the oil on fire, but it doesn't light enemies on fire. If you walk up to an enemy and reload on top of it, hit it with that burst of fire, it does nothing. Pretty unfortunate. I wish it did. But this has an insane synergy. This synergizes with the Phoenix. I can't remember what the synergy is called, but it makes the Phoenix like have double damage, and the Phoenix shoots fire, like lines of fire with your projectiles. And while you're holding the Phoenix, you don't take, or you're immune to fire. You won't get lit on fire. That synergy is amazing. I think this still belongs in D tier, but that synergy is worth keeping in mind. If you have this and you see Phoenix, or vice versa, you gotta get it. Because it's gonna win you the run. That synergy is so strong. Alright. The freeze ray, this gun sucks. This gun sucks. This is F tier. Never, ever, ever, ever use this gun. This gun is terrible. The only thing this gun can do is it can kind of diffuse chests. It's kind of finicky. You have to like, you have to wave it over the chest. You can't just shoot the thing because the ice spawns on hit. It doesn't just spawn on the beam as it goes. This gun is terrible. It's A tier, by the way. So if you take this, you're nerfing yourself for the rest of the run. And it does horrible DPS. So you're not going to use this for DPS. The only thing it's good for is freezing stuff. And it's not even as good at freezing stuff as like the Cold 45 or the Snowballer. It's worse than those. So you're nerfing your you're increasing your magnificence, nerfing yourself for the rest of the run for a worse freeze sidearm than these because it has to charge and it freezes them so slow. This gun sucks. Never, ever, ever take this gun. The synergies aren't even good. If you open a red chest and you see this thing, just leave it on the ground. Please. It's so bad. Alright. But a good freeze gun here, the Frost Giant. This is such a good gun. I love this gun. I think it only belongs in B tier, because its ammo count is kind of low. It's what, like 130, 140? Something like that? And it shoots very quickly. The really good part about it is the DPS is good, because it shoots so fast. So it's good boss clear. And when you shoot it, it has a pretty large area right in front of your shots. That's like a freeze blast. So you can walk right up to something and just freeze it. And the downside of walking up to stuff, like them shooting you and taking damage, you're gonna freeze most things in like 2 to 3 shots, which is instant, pretty much. So you can just walk up to everything and just freeze them. So it's pretty good utility for room clear as a sidearm if you just need a freeze. Definitely a B tier weapon. It doesn't stand on its own feet too well because of the ammo count, but it's a good sidearm. And it can get you out of a pinch if you need boss clear. Alright, how about the Gamma Ray? The Gamma Ray probably belongs in C tier. Its DPS is so bad, but it poisons stuff. So if you're on an early floor besides the oubliette, you can just pull it out really quick, poison everything, because it's a beam, it'll poison stuff pretty quickly. And then just switch back to whatever damage you actually have. And it has beam utility against the dragon, where if you're against the dragon and you have no other beams and you have no other sidearm you want to use, you just pull out the Gamma Ray when it shoots the skulls, shoot the skulls really quick with the beam, and then go back to your boss clear. That's pretty useful. I'd say any beam becomes useful when you do that, besides like Fossilized Gun, because Fossilized Gun is going to shoot oil everywhere. It's all going to get lit on fire by some garbage. It's just a mess. That's why you don't want to use this to destroy the skulls, but Gamma Ray is good for that. It has a quick charge time, and the beam travels fairly quickly, so it's very good for the skulls. It's useful. It has good synergies, but you're usually not going to see them, as far as I remember. It's fine. It has uses. The Gilded Hydra. I hate this gun. This gun sucks. It's what, A tier? S tier? I think it's S tier. Or is it A tier? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. The difference between A tier and S tier honestly doesn't matter. This gun sucks. It's one of the highest like DPS potential shotguns, but to increase its ammo capacity, you need to not be at max health. So you can avoid this downside kind of by drop reloading it. But if you drop it and pick it up while you're not full health, I think the ammo count resets. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure the ammo count completely resets. So if you're using this properly by lowering your health or using it when you don't have max health, make sure you don't drop it because it's not gonna work. But even drop reloading this thing, its DPS is just like not good enough to justify taking it, I feel like. This gun sucks. I'll put it in meh. It has uses, kind of. It's definitely better if you're worse at the game. Like, you're consistently not full health, because it'll have high DPS potential. Oh, by the way, it only has 50 max ammo, did I mention? Which is nothing for its fire rate. So even if you're using it properly, you're only gonna get a little bit of use out of it against, like, a boss, maybe. It's so bad. This gun sucks. Alright. How about the Glacier? The Glacier, dude, I feel like the Glacier is like a new player's best friend because it makes any boss you fight so easy. Kind of. It has 60 rounds, I believe. The shots do very little damage. It shoots ice cubes that like have a little explosion. And I think those explosions, it feels like those explosions have a different, like they work differently than normal explosions. I believe. I haven't used this in a while. But I think this destroys more shots, like shots more often than normal explosions. And it freezes bosses. Maybe that's just what I'm thinking of, the freezing the bosses. I don't know. This is the kind of gun where you just, you start a hard boss with it, use the 60 rounds, get down like a third of its health, or less if it's later on, and then you switch to your actual boss clear. So it's just like if you want to refill it, it's a free like third or half of a boss fight. But other than that, it's just so bad. I'll put it in useful, but it's A tier, by the way. Another useless A tier. This gun is just, it leaves so much to be desired. You can use this to defuse chests as well, which is a perk. But usually you don't want to be using an A tier weapon to defuse a chest. This gun just, it doesn't get it done. Alright. The glass cannon. This is one of the hardest to rank because this gun is pretty bad. It's pretty bad to like fine if you have no damage, but if you have just a few damage upgrades, it becomes better than most other guns. Like if you have a few damage ups, it's S tier. It's so good. But if you just have like a couple or like 1 or 0, I'm gonna put it in A tier. This is one of my top guns that I'm looking for and fishing for with synergy factor when I'm playing myself and streaking. But if you're not like min-maxing for damage very well, or you get hit a lot in boss fights, it's not that great. I didn't even mention how this works. So it has 25 rounds. It's a charge weapon. Its charge time is fairly long. And if you get hit, you lose all the ammo. And you can refill it, the same as balloon gun. But this gun ignores the boss damage cap completely. Which is why it scales better than like 99% of other guns with damage upgrades. Because other guns are gonna hit the damage cap very quickly. Especially if they have good DPS already. But this thing just, it scales linearly. You get the full effect of those damage upgrades. It's so good. Also, it has a very long reload time, but that reload time doesn't matter as long as you're drop reloading it. If you're not drop reloading this thing, it becomes much worse. It's probably like B tier or C tier. Probably B tier. But if you're drop reloading this thing, it shoots so fast. It's crazy. This is definitely one of my favorite things to see. It becomes especially good because it has a synergy with glass guan stones. The synergy itself isn't that useful. All it does is, if you get hit while using the glass cannon, you lose your glass guan stones instead of the cannon, and you lose the synergy. So the synergy isn't that great, but the fact that it has the synergy with glass guan stones means if you have a glass guan stone and you have your full synergy factor, you're more likely to get this. A lot more likely. And you're almost always going to have glass as long as you're not getting hit all the time. So you're pretty likely to get this. This thing is amazing. I love this gun, but I don't think it's quite good enough overall to be in S tier. Alright, moving on. We have the Grass Chopper. This gun's... I don't know how to feel about this gun. This is an A tier weapon, so it's already losing points for that. And it's fairly weak. It has 50 rounds, really long reload speed, or reload time, so you need to be drop reloading this thing if you want to use it. And it has like a mini blank effect, kind of. I don't know. I'll put it in C tier. This gun is not that good. I don't think it has any like relevant synergies that you're gonna be getting a lot of the time. It's just, it's not worth taking to nerf your Magnificence most of the time. Even if you're like completely desperate, I feel like it's not worth it because it's not gonna do that much. It falls off so hard. It can be an okay sidearm if you have no other sidearm and you need some like bullet clear for Old King or something, and it's fine. But I don't know, man. It does not get it done. Grenade launcher, though. This gun gets it done. This gun has, what? How many rounds does grenade launcher have? I don't remember. That's a lot, though. Like, I want to say 50, but that doesn't sound right. It's either 50 or 75, I think. 75 sounds right. This thing has crazy DPS. It reloads so fast. It only has one grenade per reload, but the DPS is just so good. Like, by itself, this thing can get you through so many situations. And it has the same explosive utility that I talked about with the Commando, where even if it's not your best boss clear, you can still use it against, like, Old King with the explosive cooldown to destroy bullets that you need destroyed to make the fight easier. Just great utility there. It's not quite as good as Commando just because it doesn't have that raw DPS. But the ammo count combined with its solid DPS, it's a solid gun. Put it in B tier. Alright. The Gray Mauser, however you say it. This thing, it's pretty bad. Has what, like 100 rounds? Using this as a weapon, you're not going to get much mileage out of it because its DPS is bad. Its ammo count is bad. I don't even know if it has any good synergies. I can't remember. The one thing this does is it lets you steal. That's why it's going to go in C tier. When you fully reload this gun, you're invisible. So you can steal with it, which gives it a use. You're never going to use this in Hero Shrine, pretty much, but outside of Hero Shrine, it's useful. For sure. How about the Gunbow? I hate this gun. This is going in D tier. I could see this going in C tier, but it's just so bad by itself. It has a missile synergy. I can't remember how you get it. I feel like it's not that rare. But like by itself, man, it does not get the job done. It's fine for early room clear and boss clear, because its ammo count is okay. I can't remember what it is, but I remember it's fine. It's like 50 or something. But, dude, past like floor 2, it does not get the job done. This thing sucks. It's A tier as well, by the way, so have fun taking that thing. Alright, here's Gunder Fury. Gunder Fury is S tier. I mean, come on, dude. This gun is broken. This is one of the best A tier weapons. This gun is stupid. It has 500 rounds. And, oh, by the way, I'm talking about max level Gunder Fury. I've never had below max level. So, I have no idea how good it is. But we'll just talk about max level for the sake of this. It has 500 rounds. It shoots ridiculously fast. And it has insane DPS. But the problem is, you don't want to be holding down fire with this thing. If you hold down fire with this thing, it shoots so fast and it shoots 2 shots per, like, fire. You're going to run out of ammo in 5 seconds flat. Don't be holding this thing down. You need to be tapping it to make sure you don't waste ammo, because it does such high damage that you're going to be 1 or 2 shotting most things. And when something dies in this game, it still has a hitbox for like half a second after it dies or so. So it's going to eat more shots than it takes to kill the enemy. So already you don't want to, and you're going to be missing a lot more if you're just holding it down. So already there's a couple reasons to not hold it down. But on top of that, if you're using this for boss clear, if you just hold it down, you're going to instantly hit the boss damage cap. And if you just keep holding it down through that, you're going to keep being at the damage cap, and you're just reducing your damage to nothing, wasting all your ammo. So you want to shoot you either want to tap it against bosses or shoot it in short bursts to make sure you're not wasting your ammo against the damage cap, because this thing will run out so quick. But as long as you do those two things, it's really good, really solid. All right, the Queen Gungeon. This is a synergy gun through and through. This is like one of the definitive synergy guns. This gun sucks so bad if you have no synergies, but it has the Queen Gungeon synergy that makes it amazing, and it's pretty common. It has a few things that give it Queen Gungeon. I can't remember at the top of my head. It's like Heck Blaster and a couple other things. It's a multi-synergy or multi-item synergy. So without Queen Gungeon, it's literally useless. It belongs in F tier, but if you have Queen Gungeon, it's like an A or B tier weapon. So because it completely hinges on the synergy, I'm gonna put it in C tier. Like, I'm happy to see this, even if I don't have the synergy, just for the potential of getting the synergy. I think it synergizes with Crown of Guns too, I believe. I think that gives it. There's quite a few things that give the synergy. Maybe even, does Gilded Hydra? I don't know. I can't remember. You can look it up. It's quite a few things, but yeah. That's the only reason this goes in C tier, is because of that synergy. Otherwise, this thing is useless. Alright, how about the Gungeon? The gun engine. This thing, I feel like this gun is kind of overrated, I'm not gonna lie. It's nice because it has, what, like 800 rounds? It makes you move a lot faster when you're holding it, and as long as you reload on top of liquid, you get all the ammo you're missing from your clip refunded to your ammo count. So it's effectively an infinite ammo machine gun that does okay DPS and makes you run faster, which is pretty good. I don't think this belongs in S tier or A tier just because its DPS is so meh. And it's really annoying to always have to worry about reloading in liquid. If you want to, like, use ammo on other things, or just not worry about ammo at all. I could see this going in A tier, but I'm going to put it in B tier just because I don't like using this thing. I don't enjoy having this. It's just because it doesn't pay off enough, and it's annoying to upkeep. So let's go in B tier. Alright. How about the Gunner? The Gunner? You gotta put the Gunner in B tier, dude. The Gunner is... Well, does it go in B tier or C tier? It only has 200 rounds, and the rounds do okay DPS. I don't know, man. Maybe this goes in C tier. Is it as good as these C tier weapons? I feel like it's better than those, because the DPS is fine. It has some really good soft synergies, and some really good actual synergies. I mean, a good soft synergy, for example, is like with Holy Grail. If you have Holy Grail, this thing just has like infinite ammo. All your guns have infinite ammo, actually. Because you just hold this, get hit with Holy Grail, and then heal. But that synergy doesn't work if you have armor, I believe. Or does it? Huh, I can't remember, actually. Actually, it sounds vaguely familiar that it works with armor. I think I was mistaken when I thought it didn't. I don't know, I'm sure the wiki says. But the problem with that synergy is you don't really want to be doing that in Hero Shrine, because in Hero Shrine, ammo's already not a problem, and you don't want to take Holy Grail, because it'll spawn Lord of the Jammed, so... I don't know, I don't use that synergy very often myself. But I'm still happy to see this gun. It's just a solid weapon, even if you have no combos or anything with it. It can get you pretty far. Alright, Gunslinger's Ashes. I love this gun. It's not that good, though. The thing with this gun is you need to be very close range for it to do any damage, because what it does is it summons little gunslingers that shoot occasional shots that do, like, no damage. So what you need to do is you need to shoot the gunslingers directly into whatever target you're shooting to do any amount of damage. Which makes it a little bit niche, and it doesn't even do that much damage when you do that. I think this only has, what, like 60 or 75 rounds, I believe? I think 75. So it doesn't even have that much ammo. I really like this gun. It's a really cool concept. It's just weak. It's just weak. It's not good. Alright. Gunther. S tier, of course. Gunther's really good. I mean, yeah, it's just like the staple infinite ammo weapon. You level it up, it keeps the levels permanently, regardless of if you take damage or not. Has really solid DPS at level 2 and level 3. Especially level 3. Like, level 3, you can just use it to beat the game so easily. I mean, not a lot to say about this gun. Just a good gun. Alright. Gungeon, I think it's called. This thing's pretty good. It's very inaccurate, but it's different than other inaccurate weapons because the arrows, like, have this weird homing effect. It's strange. I think this belongs in B tier. I don't think it's quite good enough for A tier. I could be convinced of A tier, honestly, but I'll put it in B tier. It has really high DPS. It has, like, 800 rounds, I think, which is really good. You don't have to reload it. Yeah, I mean, even if you're using this for room clear, the weird homing effect makes it, like, good. It's very strange. And it's solid DPS for bosses as well, so this is just a good gun. The funny thing is, it has a synergy. I can't remember what it's with, but it has a synergy that makes it just less accurate. That's all it does. It has a synergy that just makes it worse. It's so odd. I don't know why. Like, it's not even, like, changing the gun that makes it, like, overall less useful, but, like, still kind of useful. Like the elephant synergy with the elephant gun. The elephant synergy with the elephant gun makes this worse. Like, I wouldn't use it. If I get the elephant synergy and I want to keep it, I won't use the elephant gun anymore. It's not like that. It's just worse. It's very strange. Anyway, moving on. How many more do we have left? Oh my god. Alright, hammer. The hammer, this is a good gun. This definitely goes in B tier. This is a solid standalone gun, and it's a synergy weapon. It has a couple good synergies, one of which being the nail gun, I believe. I'm, like, pretty sure it gives Nailed It. Nailed It is one of the best synergies. I love Nailed It. So I'm very happy to see hammer, because it's just good by itself, and it gives good synergies. I think it has either 350 or 450 rounds, just good DPS. If you get some synergies with it, like the one that makes it shoot more hammers at the end, it's even better. Just a good gun. Alright, Heck Blaster. Dude, this is like the most polarizing gun between Hero Shrine and non-Hero Shrine. If you're playing Hero Shrine, this is S tier. This is one of the best things you can see. Because it makes it so no boss will kill you, ever. Because if any boss is jammed, you just unjam it. And if you're grinding Hero Shrine streaks, you're never gonna die to an unjammed boss, pretty much. I mean, how could you? It does half damage. And it's way weaker. But if you're not playing Hero Shrine, it's pretty bad. I think because of that, I'm gonna put it in B tier. It has very good synergies. It has Queen Gungeon for one. I think it has a couple others, but I don't remember what they are besides Queen Gungeon. But yeah, If you're playing Hero Shrine and you see this, you've just won. But otherwise, it's pretty meh. It has 999 rounds, but its damage is so bad. Like, because of its ammo count, it's still usable for room clear, but I don't know. Pretty bad. Alright, Hegemony Rifle. This gun is not that good. I'm gonna put this in C tier, actually. It's rare that you're gonna see, like, automatic weapons in C tier, because generally automatic weapons are fairly good. But this thing just has no damage, man. It has 600 rounds, I believe. Which is fine. I mean, with 600 rounds, it can get you through the early game. But its damage just sucks. I'll almost never use this in Hero Shrine runs. Just because it's slightly better DPS than, like, my starter against jammed enemies. And I'm using ammo. I'll almost never reload this. If I even use it. This gun is not good. But the Hegemony, or what did I call this? Hegemony Carbine? This is Hegemony Carbine. Hegemony Rifle. This gun is great. This only has 250 rounds to this one's 600 rounds, and this gun is insanely inaccurate. Hegemony Carbine is very accurate. But Hegemony Rifle has that damage, man. It has such good DPS. And it has good synergies. This just has the synergy Ruby Carbine. Can't remember what it's with. You're not going to see it very often from what I remember. And it's not even that good. It just, like, lights stuff on fire. It's not that great of a synergy, but this has good synergies. And it's just good by itself. The main problem is the accuracy. You need to be very close to your targets or have accuracy upgrades. But if you're okay with just being up close to hit those shots, it's amazing. And it's great for bosses because accuracy doesn't matter as much, which is great. And yeah, just so much potential with accuracy upgrades or the synergy that makes it into the laser. I remember the laser synergy being fairly common, but I can't remember what it's with. It's been too long. Alright. Helix. Helix is interesting because Helix is useless for room clear effectively. You're never going to be able to hit anything because a lot of rooms are like close quarters. The Helix shots will just be hitting walls and stuff. You won't be able to hit anything. So it's useless for room clear, but it's great for boss clear. It's just a very niche boss killer. This is like one of the premier early boss killers in like B tier. That works even later on. That's just useless for room clear. It has 250 rounds, it shoots fairly quickly, its reload speed is very slow. So you can drop reload it if you want. And it has a good synergy with Helix bullets that makes it twice as strong, I believe. But even without that synergy, it's just such good boss clear. The damage is awesome. Just don't try to use this in rooms. I feel like a lot of people don't like this gun because they're trying to use it while they're clearing rooms instead of just on bosses, which makes them kind of dislike it. But this is one of those guns where you need to realize not every gun is useful for both room clear and boss clear. Some guns are only useful for room clear, some guns are only useful for boss clear, and this is one of them. Alright. We have the Heroine. I hate this gun. This is another gun that's good, but I don't like it. The charge time is too slow. And the synergies are cool, there's a lot of them, but it's just like, I don't know. I'm gonna put this in B tier, just because it has good damage potential, but I never use this outside of sometimes for bosses, just because the charge time is so slow, man. It's so slow. Alright. Hexagon. Hexagon is another B tier weapon for sure. This is 75 rounds. So it's okay. It's pretty decent ammo count. It has very good DPS. But I would avoid using this for room clear personally because it turns things into chickens. Like, turning stuff into chickens, it's just not worth it, especially if you're playing Hero Shrine, because the chickens become a nuisance running around like basically unkillable unless you roll into them. And if they walk into you, they'll damage you for a full heart. So in non-hero shrine, it's definitely a little bit better to use in room clear if you need to, but I still try to avoid it personally. I just don't like chickens that much. But yeah, as boss clear, it's pretty decent. Not bad. And if you like desperately need to kill something, like a cat, you can use it to turn that cat into a chicken. But usually you're just gonna kill it before that. So it's not gonna be an issue. So yeah, you can use this as room clear. I just prefer not to generally. Alright. The high caliber. This is such a mixed bag. This gun sucks if you don't have the synergy with, I think it's Holy Grail, is it? It's some synergy that makes the high caliber shots. So when you shoot something with the high caliber, it summons this like ghost blob thing. And if you walk into the ghost blob thing, it does big damage to like all the enemies with the thing above their head, I believe. I don't know. I don't even know how this thing works. I only use this against bosses where it only hurts the boss. So yeah, this thing would be D tier, maybe even F tier without the synergy. But if you're playing like Gunslinger or you have Holy Grail or whatever, this thing is amazing. This thing is so good because it makes those ghosts ectoplasm shots, instead of going through the boss opposite from you, they go from the boss into you, towards you, which is all the difference in the world. It makes this like one of the best boss killers in the game. It's so good. But I'm going to put it in C tier just because it relies so heavily on that synergy to be like any good. I would never use this without that synergy personally. But yeah, if you see this when you're playing like Gunslinger or whatever, it's really solid. Especially for bosses. Alright, how about the Huntsman? The Huntsman, this is like a slightly stronger version of the regular shotgun that gives Curse. So, like I said earlier with one of these Curse guns, I can't remember what it was. Curse can be a blessing or a curse. I didn't mean it like that, but it can be a good thing or a bad thing. If you're playing Hero Shrine, you never want Curse, so you would never take this. But if you're not playing Hero Shrine, you need something with Curse, because you always want to have at least like one or two. This is very good, because it's a good weapon, and it gives you the Curse. Similar to like Excalibur, just a little bit less Curse. I'm going to put it in B tier, assuming you're not playing Hero Shrine, honestly, with this one. Because, does this also have, this also has Iron Stance, it's worth mentioning, with the iron boots, or heavy boots. Which is just an amazing shotgun synergy. So yeah, I'll leave it in B tier. Not bad. How about the Hyperlight Blaster? This thing is amazing. This is definitely A tier. If you have some kind of way to get ammo back infinitely with the Hyperlight, like you have Scatter Shot, or even like Shadow Bullets can sometimes be enough. This instantly becomes S tier because it has infinite ammo and you can never run out. But because it only has 12 rounds, and to keep its max DPS potential, you need to keep the clip full without missing. And you're gonna miss, like, no matter what against bosses, pretty much. Unless you're being very careful with how you shoot. And if you're being careful with how you shoot, then you're losing DPS. I'll put it in A tier just because of that. But yeah, if you get anything that makes you shoot more bullets, instant S tier because you can use it for room clear as well without worrying about running out of ammo. Even like Turkey makes this borderline S tier because it's so hard to run out of ammo with Turkey. But yeah, I'll leave it in A tier. Icebreaker. I used to hate this gun. I'm not gonna lie to you. I used to hate this gun when I didn't understand the utility of freezing. But I now understand it, and this gun is amazing. It instantly freezes like anything. Its DPS is pretty bad, but if you're just using this as a sidearm, it's so good. Because one shot freezes whatever. So yeah, this is definitely more of a utility weapon. Early on, if it's all you have, you can use it for room clear because it has 200 rounds, and it has The first 2 shots are the ice spreads that do very little damage, and then the third shot is like a bullet, a giant bullet that kind of breaks the ice and does a bunch of damage and kills a lot of stuff. So it's not bad as room clear, especially early on, but generally I'm only going to use this in the mid and late game as like a utility if I need it. But yeah, definitely B tier. I'm very happy to see this whenever. Alright, JK. This gun is so underrated. This gun belongs in B tier, same as the AK-47. I'm just as happy to see the JK as the AK. It has the same 500 rounds, as much lower DPS, but you get more value out of the 500 rounds because it shoots slower, and the DPS isn't bad. The big reason why this is in B tier is because of the fear bug. So this has the effect where if you reload, all enemies near you have the fear status effect and they run away from you. What you can do is you reload and then you switch weapons while you're reloading. Now you have an infinite fear effect around you. So the enemies that you inflicted fear on will never they'll never come towards you. They'll only run away from you if they get near you. Which is just insanely good for the early game. So insanely good. Like, if you have this in the oubliette, you shouldn't take any damage because nothing will come near you. It's so ridiculous. Definitely a solid weapon. Alright. How about the Jolter? The Jolter... I've fallen out of love with the Jolter, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it has 200 rounds, it has decent DPS, but I feel like the ammo doesn't usually get me that far. If you use this in room clear, you're not going to get very far at all. For boss DPS, it's okay. I'm going to put this in B tier. It has some okay synergies. By itself, it's definitely a good gun, but I don't know. I don't like this as much as I used to for some reason. I don't know what changed. Maybe it's just all the Hero Shrine. This definitely worse in Hero Shrine. Just because in Hero Shrine, this has 0 use for room clear, where normally it has a little bit, at least. The Clob. The Clob... what is there to say? This gun sucks. I'm sorry. This gun is never good. Like, the only time this is ever good is if you have... the Cog of War, I think it's called, the active reload. It has that insane synergy with that, so then it kind of becomes okay, kind of, but I don't know, dude. If you don't have that, it's just so bad. This gun sucks. It's not the worst gun in the game, just because it has, like, it can be useful sometimes, where this is just never useful ever in any situation. But it's not good. Speaking of good, though, the Knight's gun. This is probably the best shotgun in the game. The shovel gun is incredible. It's so ridiculous. I don't know how this is so good. A tier really treats its shotguns well, I feel like. Like, you have the big shotgun, which is pretty good. You have the Knight's gun, and you have Old Goldie. A tier really treats its shotguns well. So, Knight's gun... what it does is, it's a shotgun with 120 rounds, but its spread is static. Its spread will never change, whether you have a ton of accuracy or like so much inaccuracy from Spice that you're literally shooting behind yourself. It doesn't matter. This will always have the same spread, which is already a perk because its spread is pretty good. It's kind of a wide area, but it doesn't really matter. All its shots are going to hit all of the shots that need to are going to hit. And whenever you fully reload, you dig up something once per room. And you can get some okay stuff. It's usually just going to give you trash active items. The active items can be useful early on. Like if you need explosive utility and you get like C4 or bomb, it can be nice. Or ice, I think it can give ice bomb. Or if you get bomb and you need the blanks, or you need to save the blanks, you can use bomb to like open the secrets. But I feel like by the time I get Knight's Gun, usually in a run, those active items are not useful. I don't know, but if I happen to get this early on and I got Bomb, I would be happy. Because Bomb is very good early on. Especially against, like, Old King. Bomb shines the most in the Abbey floor, because you can use it to open the 2 guaranteed secrets, and you can use it against Old King to great effect to destroy the homing ring. Consistently. But yeah, even ignoring the dig mechanic. Oh yeah, also you can dig up a lot of money with this, because after you dig up a certain amount of things, you dig up 1 casing every time you fully reload, which is a good amount. I mean, 1 casing every time you fully reload, that adds up for sure. And because you're going to be putting a lot of your ammo into this, because this is likely going to be your best gun, you're going to be getting a lot of money. So yeah, this is a very solid gun. Definitely S tier. Alright, how about the Shuriken? The Crueler Glaive, I think it's called. This thing is interesting. I feel like this thing has a learning curve to it, because you need to, depending on the angle you shoot at and the angle you're moving after you shoot, you can make this hit a lot more targets than it normally would if you're just like standing still or like moving the wrong way. This thing is one of the best sidearms. I'm gonna put it in, does it belong in B tier or A tier? I'm gonna put it in B tier just because I'm putting these other like utility sidearms down here. But this gun is amazing. It doesn't give curse despite not being a gun, which is weird. Most non-gun things give curse, but this gives no curse, so you can use this freely in Hero Shrine, which is amazing. And it has a guaranteed stun effect on anything it hits, which is awesome. And you can hit a lot of things per shot, because it pierces, and you can like I said, you can kind of influence the angle it goes through enemies at to hit more enemies. It's kind of weird. I don't know how to explain it. This also has some pretty good synergies. Like, it has Blade with Ring of Chest Vampirism, I think. Which Ring of Chest Vampirism synergy is pretty good to have, because that's a common thing to get from the Key Merchant. And Blade unjams enemies. So if you get Blade on a Hero Shrine run, you've just won. Because you can unjam all the bosses and all the enemies that are a problem. So yeah, and it does decent damage. Its damage is definitely usable. Its damage is probably why I would consider putting it in A tier, maybe? But I'll leave it in B tier, just because it's mostly useful as a sidearm. It has 100 rounds, so you're probably not going to run out of ammo with it. Good stuff, very good stuff. Alright, how about the Laser Lotus? This goes in B tier again. A lot of B tiers, but a lot of guns are just like solid to okay. Laser Lotus is A tier, so it has a downside for that, but it's definitely one of the more useful A tier weapons. Like, if I open a red chest and I see this and I need a boss killer, I'll usually pick it up, just because this is a very good boss clear. It has, what, like 150 rounds? It shoots fairly quickly. Reload speed is fine. It's spammable, so you want to spam it to shoot it faster, I believe. I mean, yeah, just solid boss clear. Its ammo count is a little low, so you don't want to use it for room clear unless you have to. But, yeah, not much to say. This is just like a solid boss killer. Alright, how about Laser Rifle? I really like Laser Rifle, but it's not that good. I think it only belongs in C tier. It has 500 rounds, and it shoots lasers, which are they're just bullets that travel instantly. The shot speed is nice for killing, like, bats accurately from across the room in the oubliette or whatever. But its DPS is kind of bad. Its ammo count makes it useful for room clear, but it's useful early on. Not great, though. Life Orb. This gun sucks. Never use this gun. This gun is terrible. The one cool thing you can do with this gun, if you have enough damage, which I promise you probably don't, because the amount of damage or ammo you need to pull this off is just silly. But the one thing you can do is you can kill all of Lich Phase 1 with this, and then reload on Lich Phase 2, and he'll instantly die. That's the one cool thing you can do. But pulling that off is surprisingly hard because you need a lot of ammo or a lot of damage. And I don't even know if the damage scales with this thing. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it doesn't, because I've tried to do that with, like, damage, and it just doesn't work. This does nothing. It's so bad. I'm putting it in useless, even though it has that one use. I don't care. This thing sucks. It's A tier. Did I say it's A tier? It's A tier. So, yeah, naturally it sucks. Alright. Light gun. I'll put light gun in C tier. This gun is fine. There's nothing wrong with this gun. It has 150 rounds. It shoots piercing rays. I think they only pierce, like, one enemy, though. And every time you reload fully, you shoot a duck that does, like, good damage. So, its ammo isn't going to get you very far. But it does fine damage, and the ducks do a lot. So, like, especially on floor 2... If I have this for boss clear, I'll just unload it and then switch to something else. Or if it gets me through the whole boss, then hey, great. But, I don't... Pretty meh gun, honestly. It's not quite meh tier. It's more useful than that, because it has some good synergies, but... Yeah, I don't know. Pretty bad. Alright, how about Lil Bomber? Lil Bomber? Lil Bomber's A tier, bro. Okay. This thing provides utility that nothing else in the game does. It's crazy. This lets you open all your secrets for free. It's nuts. How does this do that? It's a D tier weapon. It's pretty meh for like regular room clear. Like usually you don't want to be using this for room clear unless you have like King Bomber. And at that point you're not using it King Bomber for damage. You're using King Bomber to get as much money as possible. King Bomber is one of the best synergies, but like even just ignoring King Bomber, I think this still belongs in A tier. Like I'm so happy every time I see this thing because I know I can save my blanks for the boss fights. Which, especially if you're less experienced, is super important. If you're more experienced, it doesn't matter that much because you're probably not going to be using that many blanks on your bosses anyway. But it's still nice to be able to save up your blanks for a rainy day. So yeah, this definitely A tier, just unmatched utility. With good synergies. It has a good synergy with the bomb too, where it shoots like 2 shots instead of 1. Definitely solid. Alright, anyway. Lowercase R. Lowercase R is B tier. This is a gun I'm going to let myself completely rate based on synergies because it has so many synergies that are so good. This has like more gun synergies than anything, I think. It synergizes with a ton of bullet modifiers, and every single one of them more than doubles its damage. Except for like the rocket one. That turns it into a rocket launcher. And the rocket launcher one is not bad. Like, if you have the rocket launcher synergy, using Lowercase R as a sidearm is a pretty good idea. This has 900 rounds. If you don't have any synergies, don't even bother using it. It's useless. It does nothing. But yeah, if you have any of the many synergies, this becomes pretty good. And a couple of synergies are like really standout synergies. There's the explosive round one that makes every single Lowercase R shot explode. And there's the Book of Chest Anatomy synergy that makes it so this unlocks chests. If you get either of those synergies, this is like an S tier weapon. It's so good. But we'll leave it in B tier for the other synergies. But yeah, Lowercase R is very good. This is one of the guns that improved the most when synergies were added. Alright. Luxon Cannon. This is just like a solid machine gun. I mean, not much to say here. 600 rounds, really good fire rate, really slow reload speed. The last shot is just a big shot that does a little more damage. It has good synergies with like, what is it, curse bullets and a couple other things that makes it do 25% more damage. This is just a solid machine gun. I mean, pretty simple right there. What about the Patriot? Restart this as well. Man, it's taking a while. We're getting there. We're getting there, though. There's a lot of guns in this game. Alright. Patriot, or no, this isn't the Patriot, sorry. This is the M16. My bad. M16, Patriot's down here. M16 is, I'd say it's B tier. I could see an argument for it going in C tier because it's A tier. It goes in red chests. But it's just a solid gun, I don't know. So it has two fire modes. It has the machine gun and it has the grenades. The machine gun does good DPS, the grenades do a bunch of DPS, and there's 3 grenades whenever you're on that fire mode. I feel like, personally, when I use this gun, I just use it normally. I don't drop reload it to stay on either the rifle or the grenade launcher fire mode. I just use it because both fire modes are pretty much equal. The grenade, I will say, the grenade fire mode is much more ammo efficient. So if you really need to pinch your ammo out with this gun, make sure you're drop reloading it to stay on the grenade fire mode. But if you don't care about ammo, I use both. It's just a good gun, I don't know. This is a A tier weapon that I'm like not super excited to see ever, but I won't leave it behind if I need it. If I need a decent weapon. Whatever this thing's called. C tier. I can't remember what this gun's called. Not gonna lie to you. It's fine though, 200 rounds. It does decent damage, good fire rate. I kind of see it almost the same as this, but a little bit better. I see it the same as like the Colt level. It's a little bit worse than Deagle, just because its DPS is lower, but it's not bad. Especially early on, if I see this, I'm happy to take it. Definitely gets you through the early game. Alright. M1, I think this is. M1 is B tier. M1 is great. It has 100 rounds. It has a good synergy. I think the synergy is fairly common, but I can't remember what it's with. The synergy makes you like run faster and have more ammo, and I think do slightly more damage. But even with no synergies, this thing is solid. It pierces, has very fast projectile speed. And yeah, 100 rounds for what it does is good. It's not going to get you through an entire floor usually, but it'll get you pretty far. Especially if you're using this to like remove key enemies in a room that have low HP. You can make the ammo last quite a while. So, it's not bad. Definitely not bad. The MAC-10. The MAC-10 is tough. This is like between C and B for me. I think it's B. I don't think it's quite bad enough to go down here. But it's not great. It only has, what, 600 rounds? Good fire rate, good damage. The reload speed is fine. It just falls off so hard. Like, I would never use this past floor 2. Or maybe the Abbey boss, or not boss clear, room clear if I really needed it. Just one of these guns that falls off very quickly, but for when you use it, it's really effective. Alright. Machine Fist. This gun sucks. This gun sucks. It sucks. I hate this gun. It's an A tier with 2 fire modes. It has a machine gun, and it has a rocket fist. It has 500 rounds. I can't remember how many the rocket fist consumes. I don't think it's 1. But the rocket fist is homing. Or not homing. It's remote, which is bad. It doesn't even do that much damage. If the rocket fist wasn't remote, it would be better. Just because playing, like, typically on controller, which I use controller. If you use keyboard mouse, it probably doesn't matter. But usually you want to be able to fire something and then, or fire a rocket projectile and then forget about it. You don't want this insanely slow moving fist that you have to keep holding into the boss for like 3 seconds to hit. That doesn't even do that much damage. And the machine gun version of this also sucks. It doesn't do that much. Like, okay, I'll put it in C tier. It's not that bad. It belongs in C tier. But if I see this out of a red chest, I never take it. It's so bad. But I guess if it's all you have, then it's fine. I hate this gun, for real. Oh boy, here we go. This is like one of the most important guns you need to learn for lich streaking, in my opinion. The machine pistol. This is A tier. This gun is crazy because it's a synergy gun, but it's a synergy gun with so many things that give the synergy. So many things. It's like bionic leg. It's like, oh, I don't even know. I can't remember what else. It's been so long since I've done lich streaks, but I used to remember the list like by heart. It's a lot of pretty common things. And if you get the synergy, this just becomes a monster. It'll get you through hell so easily. It'll get you through hell easily. You only have to reload it like once or twice. And it does really good boss clear. It only has 600 rounds, so if you're trying to use it for bosses, it's going to run out fairly quick, especially against like Dragon or Lich. But other than that, you can just use this for both your room clear and your boss clear. If you have Pistol Machine, which is the synergy name, all of your ammo should be going into this. For Pistol Machine alone, I think this deserves A tier. Without the synergy, it's fine. It would probably belong in like C tier. But the synergy, if you're playing with your synergy factor in mind, you're going to be seeing this more often than not with the synergy. It's ridiculous. Alright, how about Genie? Genie, I think, goes B tier. Genie is just like only boss clear. And it's not even that good of boss clear, I feel like. It's definitely fine as 100 rounds. And the way it works is you have 3 Genie shots for each reload. And if all 3 Genie shots, well, not all 3 in the clip need to hit, but if 3 Genie shots hit, the Genie comes up and like punches the target. So you never want to use this for rooms. It's terrible. But it's pretty decent boss clear. I think it belongs in B tier. Definitely not A tier. Just because boss clear is its only niche, and it's completely useless for room clear, but I'm happy to see it when I do. Alright, the Magnum. Magnum is B tier for sure. This is one of the best pistols in the game. It has 140 rounds, I think. Is it 140? I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it's 140, and this thing does crazy DPS if you're spamming it. Like, so much higher than all these other pistol-type things. Those 140 rounds against a boss will get you pretty far. And it has a synergy with Lies that makes it a little bit stronger. I can't remember what the synergy does exactly. But, I mean, hey, a synergy with Lies that's just, like, free. You're always going to have that. As long as you're getting Lies every single run, which you probably should be. So that synergy with Lies is definitely accounted for with this B ranking. I don't think it's quite enough to put it to A tier, but this is a really solid gun. Or Mahogany. Mahogany is B tier for sure. It has 350 rounds for a grenade launcher. It's... Well, I shouldn't call it a grenade launcher because it's grenades. It shoots like nuts or something, I don't even know. But they don't have that big of a splash radius. But it does good damage. And for its damage, 350 rounds is a lot. Like, you're never going to run out of ammo with this thing. And it has good synergies. Like, it has hardwood. That's the only one that comes to mind, really. I think that's with heavy boots. But, I mean, yeah. Even without hardwood, this is just a solid gun. Does good damage. Even, like, late into the game, I feel like I'm fine using this. If I need to be a little more ammo efficient. Mailbox. I'll put Mailbox in C tier. This thing is fine. It's 350 rounds, and at the end of a clip, it shoots a package that can either explode, light something on fire, poison something, or like cover in sparkles. This is an inconsistent diffuser, because if you have Mailbox and you enter a chest room with a fuse, you can try to shoot the chest with the package and hope you get the 1 in 4 for the poison. Or is it 1 in 4? I don't know. Maybe it's 1 in 3. Maybe I misremembered. But if you don't get the poison, then it's probably going to break. Because if you get the exploding package, the chest is just going to be broken or almost broken. So it's an inconsistent diffuser, but it gets bonus points for that, kind of. And it's pretty good room and boss clear early on. Like, I really like using this against the slime or just in the oubliette in general. Just because it has good fire rate, so it's reliable. It's just a fine gun. It's definitely useful early on. Alright, this thing, the Makarov, I think it's called. This is one of the weaker pistols. I don't know if it's quite as strong as this one. This might go in meh. It has 350 rounds, though, which is a lot. I think it's 350. This is usually going to be better than your starter gun, to be fair. I'll put it in C tier. Just because it's usually going to be better than your starter. I think it's useful. Makeshift cannon. This thing is fine. I don't think it belongs in S tier. Just because it takes a lot of investment to make work. You have to reload it after every single boss, and it doesn't even one-shot all the bosses if you don't have any damage. But, I mean, it'll almost one-shot all of them. And it's not useful against the Lich unless you have killed the rat. If you've killed the rat, then you can one-shot, or use this on 2 of the Lich phases. If you have not killed the rat, then you can only use it on 1. Because you're not going to have ammo on the ground to refill this. So yeah, I think it's just A tier. If this had, like, more ammo, even if this had, like, 2 shots, it would probably go in S tier, but it's just, it's funny to look at. But I don't know, does it belong S tier? It's just, its effectiveness against Lich is what hurts it for me. And it doesn't even one-shot the dragon. I'll leave it in A tier. It's fine. Marine sidearm. I'll put it in useful. Since I put this in useful. This thing's fine. Not bad. It's definitely a lot better on Marine, because Marine always starts with the military training. On Paradox, this is a lot worse. It's because you're not quite as accurate. You don't have the reload speed. But it's okay. I don't think it belongs in B tier. Alright. How about this thing? The mass shotgun. I'll put mass shotgun in B tier. This thing is kind of hard to use because you don't want the big orb to hit your target. You want the big orb to blast into the shots. And then that hits your target. So it kind of makes this hard to use. Usually you just want to use this on big targets that are kind of far away. So, pretty much bosses, or sometimes, like, I don't know. It can make sense to use this on, like, big enemies in rooms, like Lead Maidens or the Skeletons or whatever. But usually I just use this as boss clear, and it's good boss clear. It has 200 rounds, which is kind of overkill, I feel like. I've never reloaded this in my life. I don't think I've reloaded this a single time. Because if you're just using this for boss clear, how would you use 200 rounds? You just won't. It shoots so slow. So, ammo is not a problem with this thing at all. Really solid boss clear. Alright, Mega Dowser. Alright, here we go. This thing is used incorrectly by most people. The way you want to use the Mega Dowser is you need to, like, wiggle it. You can't just shoot a straight line at your enemy. You have to be waggling your aim back and forth, which makes it very annoying to do on keyboard mouse because it's going to waggle your camera all over the place, make it so you can't see. So this is more of a controller strategy, because when you waggle your controller, your stick back and forth, you waggle that stick back and forth. It doesn't, like, make your camera go all crazy. This has great utility because it's a diffuser. I'll put it in useful. I don't think it's quite solid, just because you don't want to use this past, like, the oubliette. Besides, I'll use this against Ammo Conda. If I see Ammo Conda and I don't have anything better. But past that, you shouldn't really be using this for damage. But early on, it's very useful. And yeah, the utility of being able to diffuse is really nice. All right, Mega Hand. Mega Hand is A tier for sure. So Mega Hand is like the good version of Heroine because the charge time is so much shorter, and that shorter charge time goes a long way. This also has really good synergies, a lot of them. The best one being the one with like balloon gun. That makes this shoot tornadoes, and you don't have the downside where if you get hit, you lose all the ammo. Yeah, this has 200 rounds, so if you're just charging it normally, using it, you're pretty much never gonna run out of ammo. Great room clear, decent boss clear. This is just a solid weapon. All right, microtransaction gun. This is A tier. This is definitely A tier. This comes from red chests, so you would think it would get minus points for that. Plus, it uses your money when you shoot it. Isn't that so bad? No. It's amazing. Because what you can do with this is, it shoots one of 4 figurines, I believe. It can shoot the Marine, the Hunter, the Convict, or the Pilot. And if you shoot a Pilot figurine at a chest, it unlocks the chest. It's amazing. So if you have this gun, what you do is you just shoot a chest a few times until you see it's all cracked and stuff, and you hope you unlock it. It'll cost you like 3 or 4 casings per chest, and it will save you a key a lot of the time. It's worth the investment. And this will probably get you enough keys that you can open every single chest in the run. This thing is amazing. Definitely a good gun. The Mine Cutter. Still got quite a few to go. We got Mine Cutter. Mine Cutter's fine. I think it probably belongs in B tier. It has 2 fire modes, and it has 200 rounds, I believe. You want to use the fire mode that shoots the 3 lasers. There's the 3 laser, and then there's the 1 big laser. The 3 lasers pierces and does more damage. So if you can, you want to either drop reload to stay on the 3 lasers, or if you go to the 1 laser, you don't want to drop reload it. You go to the 1 laser, shoot once, and then just switch back. It's not worth wasting your ammo on that 1 laser. If you have a crap ton of ammo, then the 1 laser isn't that much weaker. It's just weaker enough that it's not worth using, in my opinion. Yeah, this is a solid spam weapon with piercing. Pretty simple. I mean, there's not a lot to go over with that one. All right, Molotov launcher. F tier. It's either F tier or D. F tier or D tier. Like, calling this useless, is that correct? It's really bad, but on like floor 1, it's okay crowd control. I'll leave it F tier. It's really bad. You just shoot a Molotov. Okay, no, I'm putting it in D tier. Just because if you know how to use sidearms properly, this thing can be useful, especially in the oubliette. I'll put it in D tier. But yeah, it just shoots a Molotov. Has really slow reload time, 80 rounds. Not much to go over there. Pretty bad weapon. Alright, Moonscraper. Moonscraper, I don't like Moonscraper that much. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it belongs in C tier. It's definitely one of the stronger C tier weapons. But, I don't know. It feels like it doesn't get it done. I can't remember how much ammo it has. It's either 500 or 800 rounds. Its ammo count is decent. It shoots a beam that like bounces off of stuff that does okay damage. But it just falls off so hard. And it has the beam utility against Dragon with the skulls, which gives it bonus points. I could see an argument for this being in B tier, especially if you like it, but I don't know. I really feel like it does not get it done. Morningstar. I'll put Morningstar in A tier. This is really good boss clear, and this can be useful for room clear, actually. You just one-tap all the enemies really quickly. You don't want to, like, drag the laser around and have it kill the enemies, because that's too slow. You want to have it shoot each enemy individually so you don't waste all your ammo. This only has 800 rounds, and it goes pretty quick. because it's the laser that uses the ammo, not the, like, airstrike. So yeah, if you want to use it for room clear, just laser each enemy individually and have the airstrike hit it for, like, a second. Or, like, as short as you can, and then you stop firing. But yeah, against bosses, this is amazing. You just have to keep the airstrike on the boss. Does really nice damage. Alright, Mr. Accretion Jr. C tier. This gun is fine. I think it has, what, 200 rounds? It shoots planets. Each of the planets is like a different effect. The best one is Jupiter. Jupiter explodes and does big damage. If this only shot Jupiter, this would be a B tier gun, or A tier. This would be amazing. But because it has all those other garbage planets that do like nothing, like they freeze sometimes, you're never gonna shoot enough freezes to actually freeze something usually. But it can be kind of nice to slow down a boss. The DPS overall is just so bad, and it's not good for room clear really. Like I'll use this for the oubliette boss and maybe the first floor boss, and that's it. Maybe the second floor boss, that's literally all I have. But yeah. This gun's pretty bad. Maybe it even belongs in D tier. You know what? I think it's bad enough it belongs in D tier. Alright. Mutation. This is B tier for sure. Mutation is really solid. It has 500 rounds? I think it's 500. It's a diffuser. It's really solid damage. And it has a really good synergy, the Venom Veins. I think that works with a few things. Maybe it's just Monster Blood. I don't remember. But if you get Venom Veins, this thing is ridiculous. Or if you get the other synergy that makes it shoot water instead. I think that's with like, what, Bionic Leg and other stuff? I don't know. That synergy is really solid too. But even without synergies, this is just a really good weapon. Good utility for defusal. And just good damage. I mean, you can use this for boss clear or room clear, and it's going to be fine until, like, the late game. Alright, Nail Gun. Nail Gun, I'll put in C tier. It's useful if you get nailed it. If you get nailed it, it's like A tier. But because it completely relies on that, it's completely useless without nailed it. But nailed it is a fairly common synergy. Like, quite a few things work with it, so. Like, I think Hammer works with it, Blast Helmet, a couple other things, probably. This will just become, like, your best thing. This will become your best option for everything. But yeah, without nailed it, it's just useless. So we'll leave it in C tier, just as a middle ground there. Alright, Old Goldie. Is Old Goldie S tier or A tier? I think it's S tier, man. Old Goldie is so good. I love Old Goldie. It works with Iron Stance as well, which is great. But even without Iron Stance, it's just incredible. This rivals the Knight's Gun. I don't think it's quite as good as the Knight's Gun, but it's amazing. They buffed this thing like crazy. I think before the buff it had, what, like 50 rounds or 100 rounds? Now it's 150 rounds. Much needed, that ammo increase. It helped a lot. This shotgun is amazing. It's just like the shotgun you should be using. Alright, Origami. Origami is B tier. So, Origami, it's fine by itself. If it didn't have a certain synergy, I would put it in C tier. But this has a synergy with the map. And map is one of the most common items because the shopkeep will sell it a good amount of the time. So if you have Origami, you're pretty likely to see a map. And that doubles its damage, I believe. Which is just huge. This has 300 rounds. It has automatic remote bullets, which is nice. Especially if you're playing keyboard mouse. I will say this is a lot better if you're playing keyboard mouse. Just because you keep your mouse on the target and the paper planes or whatever will spin around the target, doing a lot more damage. If you're playing controller, they'll just go straight through and keep going. And you'll do a lot less damage. But even on controller, it's still good. That's how good it is. Alright. Articulator is B tier. This thing's not that good. I could even put this in C tier. I'll put it in B tier just because you can drop reload it for higher potential. If drop reloading weren't a thing, this gun would suck so bad. It really carries it because the reload speed is so slow. But the damage potential on this thing is pretty good. It is an S tier weapon, I believe. Pretty sure it's S, not A. It's definitely magnificent. But yeah, if I see this out of an S tier chest and I need boss clear, I'll usually take it. It's fine. But I don't think it deserves to be an A tier. Patriot, though, definitely deserves A tier. Excuse me. Sorry. Patriot is awesome. This thing has 500 rounds, and it's just a machine gun. The longer you hold down the fire button, the faster it fires. So you don't want max fire rate all the time, but it's nice to just be able to hold it down and clear a bunch of enemies because it does pierce. The piercing is very useful. It makes it pretty decent for room clear. And if you have really low damage, you can just hold this down against the boss until your clip is empty, as long as you're not damage capping. But if you have damage, and you would be damage capping, you can adjust your fire rate, like just stop firing before it gets too quick to save your ammo. So it's very versatile in that sense. This is one of the better S tier weapons, I would say. I could even see an argument for this being an S tier, but I don't think it's quite that good. Alright, Pea Shooter, F tier. What is there to say? Even with synergies, this is so bad. There's this AK synergy where it shoots... Or is it the AK synergy, or is it the shield and the helmet synergy? There's a synergy where it shoots bombs, but even that is F tier. It's so bad. If it were only that synergy, it would maybe go in D tier, but... This gun sucks. F tier. Alright, Phoenix. This has the synergy with Fossilized Gun that I was talking about earlier. If you have Fossilized Gun, this is like A tier, maybe B tier? Probably B tier. I'll put it in C tier. This has another synergy called Phoenix Up. If you have Phoenix Up, it's very buggy for some reason. And the same with like a couple other familiars like R2-D2 and the Cop. I think Phoenix Up just happens more because it might have a higher base damage. But if you have something like a combination of silver bullets or snow bullets, or like silver bullets against a jammed boss and a lot of other damage ups, or even a couple other damage ups, the Phoenix will just like one-shot bosses. I don't understand how it works. I don't know why it happens. I just know it happens with like silver bullets and snow bullets, and you need a little bit more damage than that. It's weird, but that's worth mentioning. Phoenix Up is kind of broken. We'll put it in C tier. This gun is fine. Really good synergies. By itself, it's definitely C tier. With synergies, maybe B tier. I don't know. Without the bug, Phoenix Up is pretty bad. It's only that potential of one-shotting a boss if you have enough damage. Like, it requires way less damage than any other option would. It's very strange. Alright, Pitchfork. I'll put Pitchfork in B tier. I really like Pitchfork. It's solid room clear. It has 200 rounds. You can spam it very quickly. It has some okay synergies, but I feel like the synergies don't really matter that much. It pierces and it lights stuff on fire, and it does okay damage. So, as a standalone weapon, this is fine, but even as a sidearm late into the game, you just pull it out, spam across the room a bunch, just for a couple seconds, and then switch back to your damage. And that spam will probably kill some smaller enemies. So, it's solid by itself, and then later on can be used as a sidearm if you have nothing else. So pretty good. Plague Pistol, I'll put in C tier. Mostly because it's a diffuser. If you ignore the diffusing, like you're not on Hero Shrine, it's probably D tier. This gun's pretty bad. The synergies are pretty bad too. Like even with synergies, this just does not do anything. But if I'm playing Hero Shrine and I see Plague Pistol, I will usually be happy, or if it's in the shop, I'll buy it. Plunger. Plunger's B tier. This is ridiculous room clear. You just you pull this out and spray just a wave across the room, or even just like wave it back and forth 2 or 3 times if there's multiple layers of enemies that you need to pierce through. And everything will be poisoned in the entire room. It takes like 2 seconds, 1 or 2 seconds to poison everything in the room. It's ridiculous. Plus, it never runs out of ammo. You can stand on poison and reload this to get ammo back. So it has 500 rounds anyway, so you would never run out of ammo. Like, if you're using it as a sidearm, when would you ever use 500 rounds? But, yeah, this is really solid for room clear. I wouldn't use this by itself. I would just use this as a sidearm. Polaris. A tier. I'm putting it in A tier and not S tier. It has very good synergies, by the way. With, like, Bionic Leg. But Polaris is amazing if it's level 3, or even level 2 is awesome. But if you lose your charge in like hell, it's very hard to get back, and you're probably going to get hit more trying to charge it back up than you would just switching to a different gun at that point. Like, you have to, especially late in the game, if you have low damage, you have to know when to just leave it if you get hit. Especially in Hero Shrine. I will say this is a lot better in non-Hero Shrine because there's not going to be as many insanely high health enemies. So it'll be easier to get to your level 2. And if you can get to level 2, it's a lot easier to get to level 3 again. But yeah, in Hero Shrine Hell, if I get hit with this, I usually just stop using it. But other than that, great weapon. Alright. Pox Cannon. Pox Cannon is awesome. Definite B tier. This has 250 rounds. Oh yeah, Polaris has what, like 450 rounds? So very good ammo count. I think it's 450. Either 350 or 450. But this is 350. And it does really good damage. I like using it for 450 for Polaris, thanks. I like using this for... I don't love using this for room clear just because it has a lot of knockback. Unless you need the knockback to knock something into a pit, then it's nice. But if you're just trying to kill stuff, then the knockback is more of a nuisance than anything. But this is amazing for boss clear. The damage is so high. It's crazy. And the ammo count is so crazy. Like, why does this have 350 t-shirts? It's crazy. And it poisons, which is nice. It doesn't matter that much, but it doesn't hurt. Definite B tier. Alright, Proton Backpack. C tier. I don't like this thing. It's grown on me a little bit. Like, it's good boss clear, but I don't know. It's kind of useless for room clear, besides in the very early game. But for boss clear, it's relatively fine until, like, Dragon, I would say. I wouldn't use this for the Dragon or the Lich, just because the projectiles... The beam travels too slow, so against Dragon, you want to be kind of far away. The beam takes too long to reach the Dragon, and you have to redo the beam every time you roll. Like, this can be used as utility for the skulls on Dragon, but if you have any other beam, it's the worst option compared to those other beams, just because the beam travels way too slow. But yeah. Definitely C tier. I could see an argument for B tier, just because the damage capabilities are pretty good, but it's only 500 rounds like most beams, so it's not going to get you too far. Prototype Railgun. I love this gun. I love this gun. Does this belong in B tier or A tier? This is such good boss clear. I think I'm just going to put it in B tier because its boss clear isn't like insanely good, but it's pretty good. It's useless for room clear. Like, you would never use it in a room, but its boss clear is good. Sadly, I think this is A tier, but it's a good enough A tier that I would usually take it. Pulse Cannon. Pulse Cannon, this is one of the worst shotguns, I'm not gonna lie. It only has 120 rounds. Does it have... Okay, it does have Iron Stance. I don't know. Does this go in C tier or B tier? I think... I don't know. Like, it's a solid shotgun. It has a little bit of knockback, which is kind of nice. But it doesn't... It has knockback, but it has enough damage that I can one-shot most bulletkin early on. This is rough. I'm gonna put it in C tier. It's just a little weak for a shotgun, I think. I think it belongs around like Proton Backpack or this, or Laser Rifle. Like, it's good. I don't mind having it, especially early on, but like in the Abbey and like floor 3 beyond, I'm probably not going to be using this. It falls off. Alright, this thing, I can't remember the name. Is it B tier or C tier? I never see this. I don't even think this is shitty, is it? In the shitty class? I don't know why I never see this thing. It's so weird. That's why I can't remember the name. But this thing has 50 rounds. It's insanely good boss clear. It's pretty much Bubble Blaster. Like, the way I see it, it's literally just Bubble Blaster, except it doesn't diffuse chests. Because I use it the exact same way. I use it against like Rat Phase 1 and Dragon Phase 2, where I can just be like inside of the boss. And it does a lot of damage. I don't know. It's good against Rat Phase 2 as well, both of these. If it's on the circle phase, then you can walk up to the top right node and just wail on it. Yeah, just because it's pretty much the same as Bubble Blaster, but no diffusal. I'll put it in C tier. I don't think it's better. Radgun. Okay. Quad laser, thank you. I appreciate that. Radgun. Oh boy. Alright. Here's the juicy take. I hate Radgun. I hate this gun. I hate it. It's so annoying, man. I would it's so good. Don't get me wrong. This gun is amazing. This gun is so good. But I hate it. It's so annoying. Like, it's not good enough to warrant how annoying it is to me. And it's not even good against bosses because it hits boss damage cap so quick. The way you should use this is level it up like 2 or 3 times and then just use it for room clear. And then if you want to use it on a boss, you level it up like 3 or 4 times. By the way, huge myth here. If you let the passive reload, so let's say you get this to like level 6, right? And then you switch off and let the game passively reload it. You don't keep the damage. I repeat, you don't keep the damage. That's a myth. That doesn't work. You keep some of the damage. You don't keep all of it. You're nerfing it. It's better to just level it up to like level 3 or 4 than like automatically reload at level 6. All right? That doesn't work. You're not... Oh, okay, you are kind of smart, but they thought of that. Okay? A tier. I want to put this in like B tier or C tier, but it belongs in A tier. It's very good. All right? Anyway. Raiden Coil. Raiden Coil, I like this gun. This gun has crazy synergies, by the way. If you have synergies with this gun, it's like so good. But without synergies, I'd say it's like... It's either B or C. The damage sucks so bad. You need either damage or synergies for this thing to be good. But if you have either of those, it's really good. I'll put it in B tier, just because even if you have no damage, you can still use it to kill all the weak enemies quickly. And then just switch off. You don't need to use it to kill the really high HP enemies. That's kind of a waste. You can just pull it out at the beginning like camera. Use it a little bit, and then switch off. But yeah, not the most ammo efficient. I don't know. Prototype Railgun. This is S tier. This gun is so good. Or, sorry, not Prototype Railgun. This is Prototype Railgun. This is Railgun. Railgun? Oh my god, this gun is amazing. This gun is so good. Oh my god, I used to not appreciate this gun as much, I will say. But this is such good room clear and boss clear. It has 40 rounds, I believe. But just both the room clear and boss clear combined, it's so versatile. It's so good. And it's pretty ammo efficient too, because 40 rounds with this thing goes a long way. It's gotta be S tier. This gun is so good. Alright, Radler? I like Radler. It's probably B tier. I like this gun. It has 200 rounds. It's not affected by iron stance, I don't think. Which hurts it for sure, but it doesn't need iron stance. I mean, 200 rounds for a shotgun is a lot. Like, that's, most have like 150. So 200 is very good. This thing will get you really far. Even in like the late game, using this as room clear is gonna be pretty solid. RC Rocket. This is probably A tier. This has the issue with Machine Fist that I was talking about, where if you're playing... Where's Machine Fist? Oh, I moved it up here. That's good. It has the issue where the rocket is remote control. So if you're playing controller, it's kind of annoying with its like slow speed to have it hit the boss. But this thing does so much damage. It makes up for it, dude. It has 50 rounds. Just crazy damage. It's so worth dealing with the remote control, even on controller, to get that damage. This thing is amazing. This is one of the better A tier weapons. I don't think it's quite good enough for S tier, just because it's only good against bosses. But this is solid. Alright, this gun sucks. This gun is useless. This gun does nothing. I don't even remember the name. It's a really special loot, that's the name. This gun sucks. I don't... Why does this gun exist? It does nothing. It does literally nothing. This is tied for... This is probably tied with, like, Machine Pistol and this for the worst. Just totally useless. Why does this exist? Delete it from the game. I don't care. Regular shotgun. This is probably B tier. Regular shotgun is just, like, solid. I mean, it's just your regular shotgun, bro. It has iron stance, which is nice. 150 rounds, which is, like, standard for shotgun. It's just good. It's just good. I could see an argument for this being in C tier. I feel like I don't use regular shotgun as much as I used to. Like, it's kind of fallen off in my mind, but it's still really good. It has high DPS potential. Robots... Which hand is this? I can't remember which hand is which. One is left, one is right. I think this is left. This is B tier. This is kind of overrated, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like this gun. I could see maybe an argument for A tier, but I think it belongs in B tier. I don't know. It is left? Okay, thanks. I don't know. I mean, it's a machine gun. It has, what, like 600 rounds, I believe? It's fine. It's good. It's A tier, though. It comes from red chests. That's a big problem with it. If this was B tier, it would be a lot higher in my mind. But, like, just the fact that you're sacrificing your magnificence for this. Is it really that good? Unless you really need it, I don't think so. So, B tier. Robot's right hand. B tier. This is the second best starting gun. Probably. I mean, is Gunslinger's better? I don't think so. This thing is so good. Even on Paradox, it's pretty good, because its base accuracy is solid. So you're still going to be hitting pretty much all your shots. There's a little bit of inaccuracy if you're using it on Paradox. But it doesn't hurt it so much that it sucks when you're not using the robot. I mean, the clip size is insane. The DPS is good. The reload speed is fine. This is the second best starting weapon. Easily. Rogue Special. I really like Rogue Special personally. I think Rogue Special is underrated. Just because it's inaccurate, but it has decent DPS. The problem is its reload speed. The reload speed is very slow. But as long as you're hitting your shots, it does fine DPS. But even though I think it's underrated, it's not up here with the budget revolver or the where's the Marine sidearm? I don't know where I put. Here it is. I can't put it up here in C tier. It's not good enough. Like, you want to stop using this as quickly as possible, but I don't think it's that bad. It's not the worst gun in the game or anything. These are much worse. Alright. RPG. Does RPG go in A tier or B tier? I think B tier, because this is mostly useful as a sidearm. This can be useful as a standalone boss clear if you're good at drop reloading. But if you're not, then you're just going to be using it as a sidearm. Which, again, it has the same sidearm utility that like Commando has and all those other stuff, where you take advantage of the explosive cooldown to destroy key shots in a boss fight. Like against Old King's Ring and stuff like that. It provides great utility, plus decent damage. This probably goes in B tier. This thing, the Rubidyne MK2, I think. I think this is B tier. If this had more ammo, this would be A tier. Its ammo just doesn't get you far enough. Plus, this is A tier. It comes from red chests, which is kind of a downside. Its ammo count is what, like 200, I think? It does really good DPS, but its ammo just doesn't get you far enough, man. If it had like 300 even, I would probably put it in A tier. But just a combination of it being A tier from a red chest and just having low ammo, I don't know, man. All right, Rubidyne prototype. Is this B tier or C tier? How many? This has 200 rounds, doesn't it? This is probably C tier. Well, it's better than like it's better than Bullet. It's better than this. If this is C tier, it's like ridiculously good C tier. I think it's C tier. C tier is kind of a wide range, I'll admit. Like, there could even be like an E tier or something. It's just so I could split C and D, but we'll put it in C tier, just because like this is here, this is here. This gun is fine though. I mean, nothing wrong with it. It just falls off really hard. Because it only has 200 rounds, you're not going to want to be using this in the late game. It's not going to get you very far at all. Alright, this... I'm not going to rank this just because it's a synergy. This isn't a gun. Like, come on. Rubinstein's Monster? Yeah, no. We don't care. Alright. Rusty Sidearm. This is C tier. This is good. This is a solid starter. I'd say it's slightly better than the Marine starter, just because it has higher DPS. But not quite as good as the budget Revolver. Its DPS isn't that high, but it has a solid mix of DPS and accuracy, so it's good. It's a good gun. SAA. SAA. I'm gonna put it in B tier, bro. I don't care. SAA is good. Alright? It has what, like 200 rounds? If you bounce this off of a surface, it does 50% more damage. But the bouncing is like homing. You could bounce something and it would miss your target by a mile. It would miss the target by a mile, bro. But it'll just lock onto the target. You can just shoot this at a wall, spam it, without even knowing where it's gonna bounce, and it's gonna hit stuff. It's crazy. Everyone should be bouncing this gun. Always. There's no reason to not bounce this thing. Even if you suck, just do it. It'll hit, I promise. Plus, this gives passive coolness, which is nice. Like, nothing wrong with some passive coolness. This is B tier. Alright. Sawed Off. This is tough. This is a tough one. Sawed Off... Does Sawed Off have, Iron Stance? No. No Iron Stance for Sawed Off. Is this C tier or D tier? I think this is probably D tier. This is the worst shotgun. But the shotguns are so good. This is still a fine gun. It's just, it falls off so hard. You want to use this against, like, maybe the first 2 bosses. And not even, because if I'm playing Convict and I'm against Trigger Twins, I'm not gonna use this. The range isn't good enough. But if I'm against like Bullet King, I'm definitely gonna use this. And if I'm going against the Slime and I don't have anything better, I'm probably gonna be using this. And it can sometimes be useful in like the Oubliette to knock stuff into pits. It's not bad. It's fine. It's meh. I would say meh is the perfect way to describe it. Alright, Science Cannon is useful. This gun does poop damage. Poopy poop damage. But it stuns and freezes. It's a beam that stuns and freezes. And it stuns and freezes fairly quickly. The difference between this and, like, this, you would think freeze rate would be up here, but this is B tier. This isn't A tier. The difference between B tier and A tier is, like, massive. If this was A tier, it would be right here next to freeze ray. But just because this is something you're not hurting yourself by picking up, and it just becomes useful utility against, like, mimics or, like, large enemies that you need to stun or freeze or whatever, it's useful as a sidearm. This gun sucks. Alright, this is, how much does it suck? This gun, Screecher, this gun sucks. Is it bad enough to be useless? I don't think it's as bad as these. Alright, I'll put it in D tier. This gun sucks, though. This gun does nothing. Like, I would rather use starter guns than this thing. Even on floor 1. Unless there's, like, a gigantic mob of enemies that I need to pierce through or something. This gun sucks ass. Justice for Bubble Blaster. Bro, it's in C. It's fine. It's good. It's useful. See? Alright. Serious Cannon. This gun sucks. This gun sucks, man. Okay, I'll put it in D tier. This gun sucks, though. It's... Okay, this gun is A tier. It comes from red chests. And it's horrible. It does nothing. Like, I almost want to put it in F tier. I would never, ever, ever use this. Like, I don't know. I'm torn. This could totally go in F tier. This thing sucks. I won't, though. I don't think it's as bad as these. D tier. Alright. Shades Revolver. Shades Revolver? I like Shades Revolver. It might belong in C tier, but I'm putting it in B tier. It has 150 rounds, which is good, especially for the fire rate. 150 rounds for this fire rate is solid. It gives passive coolness, I think, what, like 2? I can't remember how much the SAA gives. It's like 2 or 3. I think this gives 2. I don't know. It gives passive coolness, which is nice. But yeah, this, I mean, it's just solid DPS, too. Nothing wrong with Shades. Hexagon. This gun sucks. My god, this gun sucks. Okay, I'm telling you, if they removed the alternate fire on this gun with the laser, the skull laser, this gun would be in C tier. But the fact that the laser exists just ruins this gun. You have to drop reload this. You have to, or it does nothing. Because it's not like, it's a laser that's the alternate fire that's garbage. You can't just like shoot one shot quickly and then reload. Because the reload speed is slow as hell, and you have to charge the beam and shoot it long enough that it uses 1 round. What the hell is this gun, man? Why? Why is the beam so bad? This gun sucks. Also, it gives curse. Like, I'm surprised this thing is an A tier or something, because, jeez, this thing sucks. Alright, Shell. Shell is B tier, bro. Shell is good. This is a solid shotgun. Shell is nice. It's not that great for room clear, but it's really good for boss clear. I don't know why. It's so weird, but... like, I'll use this for boss clear on, like, floor 3. It's good. It has 150 rounds, which is nice. And if you have... okay. In general, dual-wield synergies are garbage. Let me say that again. Just for the record. Dual-wield synergies are not good. It just wastes your ammo. and hits damage cap if used on bosses. But this dual wield synergy right here, the bullet plus the shell, it's slightly more useful because it has endgame usage. Because by the time you're at like the rat and beyond, you probably don't want to be using either of these. But using them together, it's not wasting the ammo because you wouldn't be using it anyway. Using them together does enough boss damage that it's worth it. Just, you probably don't want to be using all your ammo, refilling it to use it again, like, on the next boss fight, unless you have a ton of extra ammo. So, I guess a little bonus credit for that, but I don't know. Dual wield synergies are just bad. Speaking of dual wield synergies, this has one. The shock rifle. Shock rifle, what's the dual wield even with? I don't remember. It's like this or something. It's some pistol. This dual wield synergy sucks. You would never... It just blows through all your ammo and does like nothing. And shock rifle falls off really hard. Like, I like this gun, but it only has 250 rounds. And it just doesn't do that much damage. It's useful early on. The projectile speed is really nice for killing like bats and stuff in the oubliette. But I don't know, man. It's not that good. Shot bow is C tier. Oh, it's with the M16, right? It's not a pistol. Thank you. So you have to get an A tier, and then the dual wield synergy a pistol. This is effectively a pistol. You have to spam fire it. Plus an automatic gun. That's not good. That's not a good combo. Thank you for the reminder. All right, but yeah, shot bow anyway. Shot bow is. I said, what did I say was the worst shotgun? Sawed off. Yeah, the sawed off is the worst shotgun. This is probably the second worst shotgun. This does really good damage. The accuracy is so bad, though. Like, if this were more accurate, I would give it more respect, because it has, what, like 80 rounds? And yeah, the damage is respectable. Like, if you're shooting something point blank, like Rat Phase 1, I'll use Shotbow on Rat Phase 1. It does good enough damage. But you just have to be shooting stuff point blank, which is just... I don't know. I'll use this against, like, Blobulord, and if I have some damage, the Rat Phase 1 or something. Other than that, I mean, this thing is not good. Shot Grub. I don't like Shot Grub. Is this overrated? I don't know if Shot Grub's overrated. I don't know how much people like it. I think it's C tier. This is not good. Like, it doesn't do enough damage. It has, what, 250 rounds? It diffuses, which is nice. That makes it useful. But it just doesn't do damage. And the synergies are bad, too. Like, there's a synergy called, what, The Real Thing or something? That a lot of people seem to like for some reason. I don't think that synergy's good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Shot Grub has any redeeming qualities besides being a diffuser. I don't think it's as bad as these, so it's gonna stay in useful, but it's not good. This, on the other hand, is, though. Shotgun Full of Hate is so bad. This thing sucks. It's A tier, by the way. Again, how many A tiers have I put in here? My god. Why does this suck so bad? Oh my god. It's horrible. What the hell is this? It can kind of diffuse sometimes because it shoots poison, but like, dude, don't pick this up. It sucks. This thing sucks, man. It's crazy. It has a dual wield synergy with the Shotgun Full of Love. The Shotgun Full of Love is not bad. I'm gonna put this in B tier. This is also A tier, I believe. Is it? I want to say the Shotgun Full of Love is A tier. It only has 120 rounds, so its ammo count is a little low. But it does good damage, and it charms, which is kind of nice. Doesn't matter that much, but yeah, this is decent boss clear. Like, if I really need boss clear, and I see this, I'll pick it up, sure. It's fine enough. Silencer. I think Silencer is C tier. Silencer has, what, like 200 rounds? So its ammo count is a little bit low, or kind of average to low. I wouldn't say 200 for like a pistol type thing is low. One nice thing about Silencer is if you hit something with the pillow, like you attack when you're right in front of something, it'll stun it, which is actually pretty useful for early floor room clear. Like, it's definitely a plus. It's not something you want to take advantage of in later floors if you're still using the Silencer, but I mean, it exists. This is C tier. I don't think it's good enough to be in B tier, but it's fine. Oh, Siren. Oh my god. Is this A tier? Siren is crazily good. I don't know. Probably B tier though. This thing is so good though. Oh my god. Siren has so many synergies. It has an amazing synergy with the barrel that makes both the barrel and the Siren stronger. It has a synergy with Bionic Leg, which anything that has a synergy with Bionic Leg is like really good. And I believe it has Iron Stance, doesn't it? Let me check. Yeah, this has Iron Stance too. Like, this is a synergy shotgun right here. This thing is amazing. Also, is this? I believe it's the Bionic Leg synergy that makes it so you can open or look inside of chests, which is just like one of the best abilities. Plus, this has 200 rounds, which is more than most shotguns, and on top of just being a good shotgun overall by itself, ignoring the synergies, it provides utility by making it so when you hold it, you're immune to fire, poison. I don't know if you're immune to electricity, actually. I'm not sure about that. And fall damage. If you fall in a pit while you're holding this, you take no damage. Like, the Siren just does so much. I could see an argument for this being an A tier. I'll leave it in B tier though. Well, I don't know. That's tough. Nah, it's B tier. It's like top of B tier though. This is so good. Heroine below Mega Hand. Bro, Heroine sucks compared to Mega Hand. The charge time is too long. That's why. Skull Spitter. Ooh. Where does Skull Spitter go? The problem with Skull Spitter is its ammo count is kind of low. It's a pistol with 150 ammo, but the skulls do pierce and home. I think this goes in C tier. By itself, it's like fine. It does good damage. Its ammo count is low. I don't know. It's pretty meh. But it has an insane synergy with the Vertebrae. If you get the Vertebrae with this, it triples its damage and you just instantly win. It's crazy. But getting this plus the Vertebrae is kind of rare, so leave it in C tier. Alright, the Gunslinger's gun. The Slinger, I think it's called. C tier. I mean, I don't know if this quite belongs in B tier. Which gun did I put in B tier, by the way? I put a starter up here, didn't I? Oh, the robot starter. Does this belong to be next to the robot starter? I don't think so. The annoying part of this is it doesn't have the clip size, so you have to spend a lot more time reloading. But it shoots a lot faster. I could see an argument for putting this in B tier, but I'll leave it in C tier. Sling. My god. What the hell is this gun? This gun is broken. What? This gun is broken. It's like the best boss clear D tier gun, besides finished gun, if you count that. What is this? That's the reason I'm putting it in A tier, because it's D tier. If you buy this from the shop, you're getting so much mileage. It's never going to run out of ammo. It has 80 rounds, I believe. And if you bounce, it does extra damage to bosses, plus another multiplier if you bounce it against the wall. Which, bouncing something against the wall and hitting a boss with it is so easy. Like, you can use this against the Lich with, like, no damage ups and not even bat an eye. It's so crazily good. Like, compared to... What's another... I put this in B tier. This is probably better than the Sling, just because this is A tier and this is D tier, like that's a big difference in mileage. Because this, you're sacrificing a lot to pick up this A tier just for a boss clear, which is worth it. But this, you're sacrificing nothing. Like, you're opening brown chests anyway, probably. You should be. And if you see this in the shop, you should buy it. So good. Amazing gun. Alright, Smileys. Smileys is probably B tier. I don't like Smileys as much as Shades, but it's good. It has, what, like 250 rounds, I believe? It shoots a lot faster than Shades. It's spammable. And it reduces shop prices, which is nice. And they have a dual-wield synergy, which is not a good thing, but it exists. I believe this dual-wield synergy is better than others, though, because it provides another passive effect. I can't remember what it is. It's like coolness or something. Yeah, this is definitely good. I don't know what to say about it. Snakemaker, I love this gun. This is my favorite gun. I don't know if it belongs in A tier. This is really good room clear. I'm gonna put it in A tier, man. Snakemaker is an A tier weapon. It's from red chests. It has 200 rounds, I believe. Fine damage. The damage is decent. Slow fire rate, so the 200 rounds are gonna get you pretty far. And it has a high chance of turning things you hit into snakes. Like, very high. And, by the way, transmogging stuff into chickens is way worse than turning stuff into snakes. If you turn something into a snake, it just is eliminated. It can't tank any shots. If it's jammed, it doesn't do damage to you. It's like, I think it's the only thing in the game that can be jammed that does no damage to you. It just kills it, effectively. Turning something into a snake. It's so good. I love this gun. I never see it, though, because it's A tier. It's kind of sad. But yeah. That's a good gun. Alright, sniper rifle. The sniper rifle belong in B tier. I put M1 in B tier. Sniper rifle is slightly higher damage. It only has 80 rounds. Slower fire rate, I think. I think because M1 is here, I'm going to put sniper rifle here too. I don't know if sniper rifle is quite as good as M1, but it has higher damage. I mean, yeah, not much to say about sniper rifle. It has the instant shot travel speed, so it's nice for killing key things across the room. Snowballer, A tier. A tier. Maybe even S tier, but I'll leave it in A. This thing is crazy. This is cold, but better. This thing is ridiculous. It has 400 rounds. 400! What is that? That's so much. You never need to reload this. And its damage is bad. It's good enough that you can, like, use it on floor 1 if you have to, but you probably want to avoid it just to save its ammo. But this is just like, you should be using this if you get it all the way through the run. You should be using this in hell. Because the freeze is so useful. It freezes stuff so fast. The fire rate on this thing is crazy. It shoots like, I don't know if it shoots faster than the cold, but it's automatic. You don't have to spam it. Dude, like, I don't even know what to say about Snowballer. Plus it diffuses chests, which is a plus, but I don't know. It's also worth mentioning, even against bosses, an occasional freeze can be nice. Like, if you're against Old King, and you're getting cornered, and there's a lot of shots coming at you, you can pull out your Snowballer really quick and freeze Old King just to slow down his next attacks so you can deal with the attacks that are coming out right now. And it'll just get you out of that situation. That's utility all these have, but Snowballer excels at because it freezes, like, faster than anything else. And it's never going to run out of ammo. This thing is incredible. That's why I'm putting it in A tier. It's just unmatched room clear utility and some boss clear utility. Alright, Staff of Firepower. This thing is bad. This thing is bad. I'll put it in C tier, but like, what even is this? It's an A tier weapon, I think. I never see this thing. I don't know why. It has 2 fire modes. It has a pistol and a staff, like a wand. I think it's, did I already say 150 rounds, I believe? It's either 150 or 200. Like, it's fine, but it's A tier. Like, for what it does, it's just not worth increasing your magnificence. C tier. Oh, but, oh my god. This is worth increasing magnificence. This is A tier. The Star Pew. Oh, dude, this thing is crazy. This was like what? This would have been F tier. This used to be F tier, in fact. Oops. This used to be F tier before they rebalanced it. I think this got the biggest buff out of all the A tiers. It used to charge so slow, but now it charges like every charge level is like instant. You charge it for like 1 or 2 seconds and it's fully charged, and it does crazy damage. It has 200 rounds, I believe, either 150 or 200, enough that you're never gonna run out of ammo, because every shot only uses 1 round. This thing is just, if you get this, you can use it for boss clear and room clear easily and never run out of ammo. It's like, this could even go S tier potentially, but I'll leave it in A. Alright, sticky crossbow. Does this go B or C? Probably C. Sticky crossbow, it has problems. One problem being, you don't want to stack up all your crossbow shots on on a boss and then explode them all at the same time. You need to explode like halfway through your clip, otherwise you're hitting damage cap, because all the damage just goes through at the same time. Which just makes it so weird. I don't know, and its ammo count is not that great. It's what, like 100? I don't know. I feel like this thing just falls off so quickly. You can use it for early room clear as well. Like, just shoot 1 bolt at everything and then reload, and everything will die. It's fine for that, but I don't know. It falls off so quick. You need like triple sticky for this to be any good, which is a good synergy with triple crossbow. If you have this plus triple crossbow, it becomes decent, but it's kind of better to just use the triple crossbow. Like, you don't even bother using the sticky crossbow at that point. You only use the sticky crossbow if the triple crossbow runs out of ammo. So like, even then, probably not going to use this thing. All right, Stinger. Where did I put RPG? Here? Yeah, I put RPG in B tier. I think Stinger is better than RPG, but I don't think it's better enough to go in A tier. It's pretty much the same concept as RPG. I think it doesn't have like 50 rounds instead of 40. But yeah, it's just a sidearm, or it can be a solo boss clear weapon if you're drop reloading it against a boss. It can do pretty decently. And it's going to be better than RPG if it does that. But, I mean, yeah, just a solid sidearm in general. You can use it as a sidearm against bosses or rooms. Use that explosion cooldown. Alright. I forgot what this is called. God, what the hell's the Stone Dome? Stone Dome. The Stone Dome. I love this gun. I love this gun. Where is it, though? Like, it's not that good. It might I think it barely sneaks its way into B tier. Barely. I could see an argument for this going in C tier. But this thing has 750 rounds, and you never have to reload it. That's so good. That ammo gets you so far. Just the problem is its damage is really bad. And it has Curse, which is bad for Hero Shrine, but good. That's an upside if you're not playing Hero Shrine. That Curse is a good thing overall. So, I don't know. This is also one of the few guns that like benefits greatly from increased fire rate. Overall, increased fire rate in Enter the Gungeon is a bad thing. I'm sorry, but that is just the truth. Increased fire rate is overall a bad thing for most guns, but this is one of the exceptions. Increased fire rate for this is amazing. Like, if you get this with platinum bullets, it's really good. Just because it shoots so fast and it has so much ammo. And it's all homing, so you're not wasting a lot of ammo. This is one of the best things with platinum bullets. And when platinum bullets are generally a bad item. So, huge plus for that, in my opinion. It's that ammo count that really carries it. The ammo count and the low DPS. And the homing, I suppose. But yeah, I'll put that in B tier. A little biased there. This could definitely go in C, but I like it. Alright, Strafe Gun. Strafe Gun is... Man, this is a tough one. Strafe Gun is something I used to not appreciate a long time ago. But I've... Over the last year I did lich streaking, I really came to appreciate Strafe Gun. Just because you need to be tap firing it. You need to let go of the trigger after every single shot. And that'll increase its damage by like crazy. Because it'll be constantly exploding. So you're not worrying about damage cap if you're using it against bosses as much. And it just deals with... It properly deals with rooms automatically. You don't have to like shoot the right amount of shots into a guy and like waste ammo and all that. You just tap fire and then everything dies. I'm putting this in A tier, bro. Strafe Gun is good. This is it's one of the weaker S tier weapons. I used to think. I literally used to think this was like one of the worst A tier weapon or S tier weapons, but no, this is a good gun. I really like the Strafe Gun. All right, Sunlight Javelin. Where does the Sunlight Javelin go? I think B tier. I'm sorry. I don't think this is good enough for A tier. This is really good, though. It has 150 rounds. It's B tier. And you'll never have to reload this. 150 rounds on this charge weapon is just absurd. That's an absurd amount of ammo. It's really solid for room clear. It has a damage over time when you hit something, which is kind of nice. I think this is about to end again. Yeah, let me restart this one more time. We'll be done we'll be done soon. There's only a few left. Yeah, I don't know. Does its versatility between being good boss clear and good room clear make it A tier? Maybe. I mean, honestly, like, what else do we have down here? This is probably better than everything I'd have down here. Yeah, you know what? It'll go in A tier. I think, in hindsight, I think it's good enough. It's just so versatile, and it never runs out of ammo. And the fact that it's just crazy ammo economy without feeling like you're hurting your clear chance is amazing. Like, a lot of ammo economy weapons, you feel like you're kind of killing stuff slower on purpose to save ammo. Definitely not with this. This is like a top tier. Oh, baby. Super meat gun. This is A tier. So this comes from Red Chest. This is an A tier weapon. But it's pretty good. It has 300 rounds, I believe. It gives increased move speed while you're... I think it's just passive move speed, isn't it? I don't think it's while you're holding it. I believe it's just passive, isn't it? And it gives like 2 heart containers or something. This is like the passive A tier gun. This is really good. Plus, ignoring the passives, it's just a solid weapon overall. It's not the greatest weapon. Like, if it didn't have the passives, I definitely wouldn't rank it as high. But, I mean, 300 rounds for how good of DPS it does. It shoots buzzsaws that like bounce around the room that you can spam. Oh, it's only while held. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think this is worth picking up an A tier weapon for. Like, it's a solid weapon. You get heart containers. It's just good. T-shirt cannon. T-shirt cannon is pretty bad. I'm gonna put it in D tier. It's not F tier. That's for sure. Okay, here's the big reason it's not F tier. It's because of the knockback. Knockback in Enter the Gungeon. Generally, you want, if you're gonna be killing something with your gun, for in rooms, you don't want knockback because the knockback is going to make you miss. But if you have a weak gun that has knockback, you can use this as like a sidearm for utility. Like in the oubliette, there's a lot of pits, so you can just knock everything into pits, and then if there's something you need to kill, you switch to the gun you're going to kill stuff with. Like, in my opinion, you don't want to mix knockback with killing your guns that are killing stuff. And this shows that incredibly well. This is horrible for killing stuff, but it's good knockback, which gives it some major use in the early game for just knocking things into pits. And even some rooms in hell, you can just pull out your t-shirt cannon and just knock stuff into pits, and it's really useful. So that's some great utility this provides. So this is useful. I'm not going to put it in useful tier. It's not that good, but this has uses for sure. Tangler. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could even put... I'm tempted to put this in A tier, but I don't know if it's that good. This shotgun is crazy good. So good. Like, do it? I don't know. I don't know if it's that good. It has 150 rounds, which is good. I mean, I put regular shotgun in this tier. It's so much better than regular shotgun. Is it as good as these? I don't know. I think it's like very top of B. I think it's just very, very top of B. I don't think it's good enough for A. But this shotgun is amazing. It has 150 rounds. It has good spread. The pellets are big, which makes hitting stuff easier. And it has iron stance, which is great. It has a really bad synergy with Sponge, I believe. It's not really bad. It's just like kind of annoying. But it's not horrible. It doesn't make it unusable, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, this shotgun is amazing. If you see this in the shop, you should probably buy it if you can afford it. Teacup. This gun sucks. What the hell is this gun? Is it bad enough to go in F? Okay, the thing that saves this gun is it has the reload effect with that lights stuff on fire around you. I don't know if that's good enough to go out of F tier though. This gun sucks. You know what? All right. It's better than these. Like, cause it's usable as a regular gun as well. It's just really bad. But you can use it. Like, okay. It's D tier. It's usable. It has synergies with a lot of the familiars that make them also have the flame aura around them when you reload, which is nice, I guess. This gun sucks, though. Tear Jerker. This gun sucks. This gun sucks. This is the Isaac gun, where if you're moving, the tears move, like, at an angle with you. What the hell? It's funny, but, like, it's not a good gun. It sucks. It has a synergy where you, like, have an Isaac head. I can't remember what it's with. And this is a diffuser. The only reason this is not in F tier is because it diffuses chests. It shoots water. That's the only reason it's not right here. Tetrominator. I don't like this gun. This gun is not good. But it's good enough. Like, you can use this as early boss clear. But I really wouldn't use this past 4-2 at the very latest. Every time you shoot, like, a line piece, it explodes. Which does okay damage. Like, if you were shooting all line pieces, it would be good. And I haven't looked at the wiki page, but it sounds vaguely familiar there being a synergy that does that. I don't know. I never use this gun. This gun is not good, but it's good enough. Like, it's slightly useful. I don't think is it in meh? Maybe it is in meh. I mean, like, I would say Gunbow is better than it, but Gunbow's A tier. I'm gonna put it in meh. Like, Brickbreaker, Banana, I would say these are, like, as good as it. I would almost rather have Brickbreaker than this thing. Emperor. Emperor's okay. It is A tier, so it gets minus points for that. But it's fine. It has 300 rounds. It shoots in bursts of like 3. Or, I think it shoots in bursts. I mean, it's just a solid boss killer. It's nothing crazy. Like, if you already have a good boss killer and you have 0 magnificence, it's probably not worth picking up, but nothing wrong with it. It's not going to get you super far, but it's fine. 4-shot bursts. Here we go. The exotic. This is S tier. That's what this is called, right? The exotic. I always get this name and this name mixed up. This is Gilded Hydra. This is the exotic. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the exotic is S tier. I mean, the gun itself is fine, but the fact that it lets you look inside chests is just crazy. That's the best thing ever. It makes it so you never waste any of your keys on anything. It's incredible. And the gun is fine enough. Like, if you have this and you have no sidearm, it's usable. You can use this as a sidearm, and it's a decent rocket launcher. But it's mainly for its ability. If it didn't have this ability, it would be in B tier. The Fat Line. The Fat Line is C tier. It's not that good. It has, what, like 500 rounds? Really, really slow reload speed. Its damage is fine. Its damage, I could see an argument for putting it in B tier, because especially against like bigger targets, especially like Wallmonger and stuff, it does okay, but I don't know, dude. I don't think it's quite good enough for B tier. Alright, Judge. Okay, I used to really like the Judge, but it's fallen off for me. A lot of these pistols have fallen off for me, just because I've been playing a lot of Hero Shrine. I don't know if this is good enough for B tier. I think this goes down in C tier. I'm sad to say, but the Judge just... it's not good enough. I can't remember how many rounds it has, even. It's either 200 or 300. So it's fine with ammo, and it does fine enough damage. Maybe it does go in B tier. Like, if I'm putting smileys up there, then... that's tough. Like, it's a fine gun. It just falls off so hard. Like, it's hard to find use for it, and its final clip shot doesn't do a lot. Like, the freeze one is good, I think there's an explosion one that's good, the fire one does nothing. The poison one does nothing. I'm leaving it in C tier. It falls off way too hard. This thing, the Kiln is D tier. This thing is fine to use against, like, Blobulord. I wouldn't use it, like... I would not use it past Blobulord. Well, nah, it's okay against Amalconda. If I have to use it against Amalconda, I do. And it does okay. But past that, this thing is not good. The Membrane! Oh, this is a good one. This is one of the better shotguns. I don't think it's good enough for A tier. Well... Nah. It's not. This is really good, though. The Membrane is crazy boss clear. Crazy boss clear. And the bigger the boss is, the harder it hits. So it's, like, really good against Lich Phase 2. Especially because there's a wall directly behind Lich Phase 2. It's amazing. But yeah. Probably not quite good enough for A tier. Alright, here is... the Predator. Damn, where does the Predator go? I think Predator's A tier. I mean, if I'm putting Sunlight Javelin A tier, Predator definitely deserves it. This thing is really good. It's slow attacking with 150 rounds, which is good. That's good ammo for slow attacking. And it homes. It's good room clear, good boss clear, and when you fully reload with it, you become invisible, so you can steal with it. Which does nothing for Hero Shrine, but is really helpful for other... or non-Hero Shrine. Yeah, I think this deserves A tier. If Sunlight Javelin was up here, then Predator deserves it. Come on. Scrambler is overrated. This gun is overrated. It's not that good. It's completely useless for Hero Shrine room clear, at least. For non-Hero Shrine room clear, I actually don't know how good it is, because I haven't played non-Hero Shrine in so long. Like, it's been too long since I've used Scrambler regularly in rooms in non-Hero Shrine. It's fine against bosses, it's nothing crazy. But it's good enough to be in B tier, I think. Definitely not A tier, though. It's not that good. Tommy gun. Where does Tommy gun go? This is tough. Does Tommy gun go in... It has Future Gangster, which is like... It's a bionic leg synergy, but it's not that good. But it's a solid weapon. It only has 350 rounds, which runs out very quick. But its DPS is decent. I'm gonna put it in C tier. It just falls off way too quick, sadly. But early game, it's amazing. Like, if I have Tommy gun in the oubliette, I'm very happy about it. This thing, I can't remember the name of this stupid thing. I don't know. This got a buff with the A tier buffs, but the buff did like nothing. It made it so when you reload, you have like an aura around you that does damage. This only has what, like it has, I believe, 300 rounds, which is decent for like a pistol type weapon, I guess. But this shoots so quick. And it's A tier. That's the problem. If this was like B tier, it would definitely go up here. But it's A tier. I don't know, bro. I'm leaving it in C tier. It's not good enough. Thunderclap, thank you. Alright, Trank Gun. Trank Gun is good. I like Trank Gun. It has 200 rounds. It shoots very quick. It has ridiculous knockback, which is a blessing and a curse. Because the ridiculous knockback makes it so you can't use this for regular room clear to kill stuff unless that thing you're shooting takes no knockback. But it provides utility that it wouldn't, where if you have better room clear than the Trank Gun, you can still use this to knock stuff into pits, which is nice. And it does really high... its DPS is going to be really good against bosses, too. So, Trank Gun is, like... I don't know if it's quite as good as Deagle, but it's one of the better pistols in this tier. Trank Gun, I like Trank Gun. Plus it has good synergies. If you get the synergy that's the, like, dart, you shoot the dart, it's one of the, like, couple things that slows enemies down in this game. And if you slow the slow status effect is ridiculously strong. It just annihilates pretty much every floor 3 boss. I mean, every floor 3 boss besides Mind Flayer just gets literally annihilated if you slow them down. So if you have that synergy, its role completely changes, but it changes into a decent role, which is nice. Trash Cannon. I'm putting it in C tier. It is a diffuser. It's a little bit hard to use as a diffuser, but if you know the lineup, you have to like line yourself up on the top wall and then shoot at a certain spot, and then one of the poison things like goes to the chest. You have to know the lineup to defuse with this. If you just shoot the chest, it won't work, usually. This gun is really bad. The only reason I'm keeping it here is because it has one of the best synergies with Star Pew. Which you're not going to get very often, admittedly. So maybe this should go in D. I'll put it in D tier. I don't think that really rare synergy is enough to put it higher. We'll put it in D tier for being a diffuser, but shoutouts to that synergy. Honorable mention. I hate this gun. Trick gun, I hate this gun. This gun sucks. It's probably C tier though. This it has two forms, as the pistol and as the shotgun. The shotgun does nothing. has some knockback, and the pistol is decent, but you would have to like constantly drop reload it or just shoot one shotgun shot and then reload it to keep the pistol out. And it's only 200 rounds, and the pistol's not even that good. Like, and the reload speed is kind of slow. I don't know. This gun is not good, but it probably belongs in C tier. Trident. I love Trident. I love this gun. It's not good though. I believe it has 300 rounds. It's an A tier weapon. It shoots very quickly, has decent reload speed. I can't even remember if it pierces. It's been a long time since I've used Trident. I like this gun. It's not good though. I'm only putting it in B tier because I'm biased. Like, if you were actually thinking about whether it's worth it to pick up an A tier weapon like this or not, it's probably not in most cases, so you'd put it down here, but I'm biased. I don't care. My list, B tier. Triple crossbow is B tier for sure. I'm tempted to put this in A tier just because it provides such a unique role in just... It has the slow I was talking about before with the trank gun synergy. It has that, but guaranteed. If you shoot an enemy with the single crossbow shot, not the triple, the single, they're slowed for a pretty long time. Like, you only have to apply it every, what, like 10 seconds, probably? Maybe less? I don't know. This thing is great. I don't think it's quite good enough to put in A tier, but that role it provides against certain bosses, especially Cannonball Rog and the tank, just so good. So good. It's probably useful against the Wallmonger too, but I never go to 4-4, so I don't know. I don't even know. B tier. Triple gun. B tier. I never use this, but it's really good. The problem with triple gun is it has 250 rounds on its first form, and then its second form has 350 rounds, and then its last form has 50 rounds. So its first form is the pistol. It's a crappy pistol that's just horrible. And then its second round is a machine gun, a submachine gun that's really good. Or I guess technically it wouldn't have 350 rounds, would it? I can't remember how many rounds it has left when it transforms into the laser. It's been so long since I've used it. The reason I don't use this is because it's just annoying to unload the first form. If you could unload the first form faster to get to the machine gun, I would use this more, because it's really good. It's just, I usually don't think it's worth the time unless I really need it. It's just annoying, so... I'll put it in B tier, but I never use it. And yeah, the submachine gun is really strong, the laser is really strong. Not bad. This gun sucks. This is useless. Never use this gun. The turbo gun, this gun is useless. Literally useless. Never, ever, ever use this. What the hell is this, man? Oh my god. Why? Okay, so the gimmick for this gun is when you're reloading during the... It's a really short reload animation. While you're reloading, you need to spam reload as fast as you can. And then it gets increased damage, right? That sounds good. But it's still not good. Even if you reload as fast, like ridiculously fast, it still sucks because the clip size is too small and it doesn't get enough damage, man. I can't even remember its max ammo. It's like 200 or 150 or something. I never picked this up. I don't even know what tier this gun. I could barely even remember the name of this gun. I know nothing about this gun. I just know it's useless. What the hell is this thing, man? Why? Why? God. Anyway, unfinished gun. Is unfinished gun good enough to be in B? I feel like it's better than all of these. I mean, if I'm putting turbo gun down here, then probably... I mean, turbo gun's the best gun I've put down here so far. This pierces, which is nice. It has 350 ammo. I'm putting in C or D. I don't care. I don't care. It's D. just to spite Turbo Gun and how stupid it is. It's just, oh my god, why does this exist? Anyway, Unicorn Horn. I never use this gun. I legitimately don't know how good this gun is. I never use this thing. It's an A tier beam that gives curse. Like, in a Hero Shrine run, that's like it's 2 reasons why I should never pick it up. I can't remember the last time I used this thing. I think it's C tier. Because I remember it being like a pretty fine beam. The fact that it's A tier is just like, why? But yeah, if you're not playing Hero Shrine, you still probably shouldn't pick this up unless you desperately need it. Yeah, it's so bad, man. Like, I feel like it's better than these. I don't know, is it better than Gunbow? Maybe I should move Gunbow up. I'm tempted to move Gunbow up, because it's kind of... Gunbow is kind of better than all these. But no. Alright, you're D tier, you suck. No one should ever pick this up, alright? Unless you're like... You're literally 1 health, no guns, there's a red chest in front of you, you open it and you get this. That's like maybe the 1 time you should grab this. But even then, I don't know, dude. This thing sucks. Alright, Vertebrae. Vertebrae is B tier. It has 300 rounds, which is pretty low for an automatic weapon, but it has good DPS and it pierces. Or does it pierce? I can't remember. I don't use this thing very often, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure it pierces. Yeah, it does, because it's good against, like, Ammoconda. This has the synergy with the Hexagon, or the Skull Spitter, sorry, not Hexagon. This is Hexagon. Skull Spitter. That triples the Skull Spitter's shots. That's a very good synergy, but it's niche. Like, relying on that. This is better by itself than this. So, this is definitely good enough for B tier. It's a solid B tier, I would say. Its ammo count is a bit low, but that's its only downside. Void Core Assault Rifle. I like this gun. I don't use it very often, though. God, how much ammo does it have? It's either 300 or 500. I think it's 300 rounds. So its ammo count is slightly low, but it shoots in 3-round bursts, so it's not completely automatic. It's fairly accurate. It has good damage. It's solid. It synergizes with both the Void Core Cannon and the Void Core Shotgun, where if you have any of them, it like makes the gun you're not holding float around you and shoot automatically. That synergy is not good. The best way to use it is with having the Void Core Cannon floating around you and then using that, but like hitting stuff with it is just so hard. That synergy is not like a huge perk, but it doesn't hurt, I guess. But yeah, speaking of Void Core Cannon, I'm gonna put Void Core Cannon right next to it. This has 120 rounds, I believe. It also shoots in 3-round bursts. It does good DPS. Like, this is a solid rocket launcher, for real. I think its raw DPS with no drop reloading is maybe better than Stinger. Yeah, it's got to be better than Stinger and RPG, but with drop reloading, I don't know if it stacks up to these two. Yeah, if you don't like drop reloading, then this is good. It runs out of ammo slightly fast, but it's not a big deal. It's solid. Void Marshal. Void Marshal, I love Void Marshal. This is like one of the best pistols. I believe this has, dude, I'm just guessing on all these ammo counts. I believe this has 300 rounds. It's either 200 or 300, I know. You have to shoot it very quickly. You have to spam fire it, of course, like most pistols, but it does really good damage. Like, this is a high damage pistol. This is one of the better weapons in the B tier. It just does really good. Oh, 250. Okay, I got it wrong. But yeah, the main problem with this is it runs out of ammo slightly quickly. But if you have excess ammo, or you have a lot of guns that are full and you just want to use your best option for some room clear, this is nice. I typically don't like using this for boss clear just because it doesn't get you quite far enough. But even late, I'll use this for room clear. Void Core Shotgun. I don't like this shotgun very much. I used to like it more. I think it still belongs in B tier. But I've lost respect for this shotgun, kind of. Mostly because of the knockback it has. This has 120 rounds, which is low for a shotgun. It does very high DPS, like it shoots very quickly, and each shot does a lot of damage. But the knockback just makes it so hard to use in rooms. I find myself only using this for bosses these days. So I've kind of lost respect for this. But it's still solid. I think it has Iron Stance. Let me check. Yeah, it does have Iron Stance, so points for that, I suppose. Vorpal Gun. This gun sucks. Not that much, though. I hate this gun. This gun sucks so bad. The only time it's even good is if you have, like, a bajillion coolness from cigarettes. And even then, the amount of coolness you need for this to do anything is ridiculous. And even then, it's just so annoying, because it's just, like, the screen flashing isn't nearly as bad as it used to be. They made it better. It's not, like, blinding you completely, but it's still kind of annoying. It's a joke. This is a joke weapon if you have cigarettes that you're smoking a ton. That's it. It's not good. Like, no, dude. Final row. Oh, man. I don't even know how long this has been. How long have I been recording? 4 hours! Oh, God. I don't even know if I still have memory. I might have to highlight the VOD. Alright. Vulcan Cannon. This is really good. This could go in S tier. Vulcan Cannon is it's a really good machine gun. Is this S tier? It's really good. I believe it has 800 rounds, which is good. And its damage is just solid. Like, I like this better than the Gungeon. Where did I put the Gungeon? I think I put the Gungeon down here. Yeah, right here. I like this way better than the Gungeon because it actually does damage. Like, you know? Is this S tier? It's really good. I think this is S tier. The Vulcan Cannon is amazing. Yeah. Vulcan Cannon is S tier. It's maybe the best machine gun. I mean, Gunder Fury is maybe better. I don't know. S tier. Alright. Winchester. B tier. Winchester's good. It's a really good shotgun. It doesn't have too much knockback. It's very accurate. It has really high projectile speed, which is kind of cool. But it only has 120 rounds. And I don't think it has Iron Stance, actually. Yeah, no Iron Stance for the Winchester, but it doesn't really need it, you know? Like, this is just a good shotgun. I'd say this is one of the better shotguns. It's just kind of offset by having no Iron Stance and having a little bit less ammo. But it's still solid. Winchester's rifle, or Winchester rifle. This is C tier. This thing is fine. I never use this, but it's good. It's solid early. Like, it can get you through the first few floors solidly. It's ammo efficient. Fine damage, it's accurate. Nothing wrong with this gun. I just don't think it's good enough for B tier. Wind-up gun. Oh, man. This hurts, but this is only C tier. I would love to put this in B tier. It's just not good enough. The problem with the wind-up gun is it has 600 rounds. And it has big clips, has a very big clip size, but only half of the clip does good damage. You have to reload halfway through every single clip. And the reload time is long. So, like, it's solid. I don't know. If you have the wound-up synergy, I think it's with, like, oiled cylinder or something, every single shot in the clip is fully powered, and it becomes insane. It's easily B tier at that point, because it reloads a lot faster, and you get double the clip size effectively. But yeah, I don't know. I think the half clip size just hurts it so much. Like, your clips are just so small. It's also annoying. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think it's bad enough to put in D, but that's a C. We're not doing items today. I've been doing this for like 4.5 hours. We're almost done. Witch pistol. This gun sucks. Turning stuff into chickens is not good, especially in Hero Shrine. It's only sometimes good if you desperately have to turn something, in, like some big enemy, into a chicken. And even then, it's unreliable to do that, because the transmog rate is not great. Yeah, D tier. It's not that good. It has 350 rounds, which is nice, I guess. Honestly, if this didn't turn stuff into chickens, I would respect it more. Remove the transmogrification on this, and it goes in C tier. Alright, Wooden Beam. Wooden Beam is B tier. It's pretty good. It's nice room clear. It's kind of weird to use. You have to like spin around really fast, which makes it so if you're playing keyboard mouse, your camera's gonna be going all crazy. You won't be able to see anything. It's just annoying. So if you're playing keyboard mouse, I wouldn't use this. But on controller, it's fine, because your camera is it's a lot more stable on controller, and I feel like it's easier to spin in circles with a joystick, but maybe that's just me. And yeah, if you're spinning around really fast, it's solid damage. I believe this has like 500 ammo. I don't remember. The faster you hit something, the more ammo it consumes. And it can be okay boss clear, but usually not. And it has Curse, so you would never use this on a Hero Shrine run. It's fine. Yari Launcher. This thing is overrated. I think it might only go in A tier. I don't know. This thing is slightly overrated, but it's still really good. It's probably S tier. Just because its ammo count is too low. It doesn't have enough ammo, and it doesn't do enough damage by itself. Like, the fact that it breaks damage cap by itself is great. That's the only reason it's going in S tier. Its ammo count is just low. Its damage by itself with no damage ups is just, like, not good enough to warrant using. Like, just spamming. The proper way to use Yari Launcher, I will say right here. Here's the proper way to use it. If you have a weapon that has much higher potential damage than the Yari Launcher, like, let's say you even have, like, Vulcan Cannon, I don't know. Let's say you have these two weapons. What you do is... Or maybe not Vulcan Cannon, because Vulcan Cannon's a bad example, because it does its damage a little too gradually. Let's say, like, Old Goldie, sure. Yeah, let's say you have this and Old Goldie. This Old Goldie is going to do a lot of instant damage. You shoot a bunch of Yari Launcher shots, like maybe 4 or 5 missiles, and then you pull out your Old Goldie, and you shoot the boss with the Old Goldie while the rockets are hitting the boss. And those rockets hitting kind of reset the damage cap. Kind of. It doesn't exactly work like that, but it increases your actual damage if your other weapon would be hitting the damage cap by a lot. So this, if you have really high damage, it's really good, like, to use as a supplement, not as, like, its own boss killer, just because it runs out of ammo way too quick. It doesn't do enough. That, I think it's probably worth putting in S tier, but I'll say this gun is overrated. Still very good though. Zilla shotgun. This is an A tier shotgun. This is like the loser younger brother of the A tier shotguns. These two. It's not like, it's fine. As a shotgun, it's like above average, I would say. But like, for an A tier weapon, it's probably not worth picking up unless you desperately need it. I can't remember how much ammo it has, like 200 rounds or something. It has enough that you don't have to worry about it. Okay, there's 2 ways to use it. You can either spam it, and it shoots a bunch of tiny bullets in a gigantic spread. The spread is massive. It's horrible. Or you can charge it, and it'll use the entire clip at the same time, and shoot a bunch of like bouncing bullets around. The bouncing bullets don't do that much damage. It's better to just spam it and shoot it normally. Like, if the charge was actually good, maybe I would respect it more, but it just sucks. I don't know, it's better to just spam it. It is very high DPS if you spam it, but the spread sucks too. I don't know. It's only B tier. Zorgon. I hate this gun. It's C tier. Only because it's A tier. If this was B tier, it would go up here. But it's an A tier weapon. Like, for an A tier weapon, this is just not that good. It's nice that it's homing, but it just doesn't do enough. And it has a last shot effect, but it's just not that good. I don't know. T-shirt cannon again! Okay. Alright. Last gun that I'm gonna rank. I'm not gonna do these. The High Dragonfire is... C tier. This gun sucks. This is way worse than the normal Dragonfire. This thing doesn't pierce. It has like a chance to ignite enemies, but it doesn't pierce. It might do, I can't remember the stats of this thing. I just know it's way worse than the Dragonfire. Maybe it's good enough to go in B tier, but just out of spite for how bad this thing is, for how rare it is, it's C tier. Like, this is the rarest unlock in the whole game, and it's so bad. Why? Alright. That is it. Man, that took a while. We're done, though. Oh. That is the tier list. My opinions could be changed on a lot of these, for sure, but especially between, like, C and B. But I'm pretty happy with this. I hope a lot of these explanations were helpful on, like, how to use weapons properly. Or on what weapons to just not use at all. Ever. But, yeah. That'll be it.